Так. Доброго ранку.
Good morning.
Починаємо розгляд інтернету.
So we are beginning the second day of our event. And today, our sections are dedicated to organizations, and I would like to say a few words at the beginning. I am sorry, I didn't know that I had to set up the microphone. So we are going to talk about this. Like, if we speak strictly, there are not so many international organizations in the world, so that is for the company to become international. This organization has to be created according to the conditions among a few countries, and several countries have to sign some set of agreements where there will be a lot of questions of issues, how this organization works, how it relates to legislation of one country, of another country. So that's quite a complicated thing, but we do know that those organizations that are working in the internet, they are almost international. And here we've got such a detail. That organization which is responsible for the work of the internet, for the internet stability and for development of internet and so on and so forth. These organizations, they are looking like international ones, but they are not international. Therefore, there are three special terms. I-Star organizations, those are organizations that are responsible for the development of the internet, as I already mentioned, for internet stability. They are performing certain functions, each one in its zone of responsibility. So it's not like each of these organizations is doing everything. Everything is really clearly divided. And each of them is working not at just one country. It might be a region, it might be the whole world. And therefore, it's not just some local activity. It's a really important and global role of each of those. I, for example, represent a RIPE NCC organization, which is working in 6 countries of the region, among which is Ukraine, of course. And we've got a really important role of distribution of number of resources in our region and supporting stable internet work. So that's what we are doing. Of course, we've got different tasks that were formulated from the side of technical community. And I mentioned about that. Another very interesting thing that is RIPE NCC as an organization. It's registered in the Kingdom of Netherlands and is working correspondingly to the legislation of Netherlands. Another very important organization, very important, is ICANN. That is corporation which is on top of distribution of resources, that is as number and domain resources, and it works all over the world as it is responsible for the work of the whole world, but it is registered in the United States, in California. So here, there is double situation when organizations are not legally international, but as a matter of fact, they are working as an international organization, and therefore, there is one real international organization, that is International Communication of Connection IT, which is subdivision. That's subdivision of the organization of the United Nations, and as one of the subdivisions of international structure, ITU is international organization, and maybe today we are going to discuss briefly work of ITU as well. So it's very important nowadays how these international and not really international companies, organizations, ISTAR organizations, how do they work under the conditions of war in Ukraine? What's happening? How are they treating this situation? And that will be the topic of our today's, not our today, but the topic we are going to discuss right now. So now I will ask Oksana. So we have. So, okay, we begin with the representative of the ICANN Corporation. As I mentioned, it's a very important ISTAR organization, and I give the floor to Ms. Gabriela, who will tell us how ICANN is now working with Ukraine. Unfortunately, we don't hear you. We still don't hear. We don't hear you, unfortunately. Gabriela, you can try to work without your headphones. Maybe something is wrong with them, if possible. We still don't hear you. Can you just switch them off, like the headphones? Because maybe that's the reason why we can't hear you. We still don't hear you. Maybe you can just reload yourself, you can just exit the conference and then enter one more time. Maybe it will help.
Натиснути на трубочку, там можна вибрати мікрофон.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Чи чутно мене зараз?
Yes.
You can hear me now.
Yes, we can hear you now.
You hear me?
Yes. Чутно мене?
Yes.
You can hear me. Okay.
Так, чутно, дуже добре. Тож означає, що я можу починати. Вибачайте, будь ласка, за ці моменти. Я не знаю, власне, що трапилося, але я спробую все ж таки працювати без своїх навушників. Дуже дякую за такий вступ. Я трошечки розкажу про себе. Отже, як я вже зазначала, я працюю на ICANN. Я є старшим менеджером із глобального залучення зацікавлених сторін для Північної і Центральної Європи. І, власне, я надзвичайно вдячна бути із вами і навчатися у вас, тому що це надзвичайно важливо для мене дізнатися більше про українську інтернет-спільноту. І дуже дякую за те, що запросили мене. Я надзвичайно вражена, яким чином ви продовжуєте цю зустріч, незважаючи на ракетні обстріли. І як ви змогли так гарно все організувати. Я вражена, і я дуже сильно шкодую щодо вашої ситуації. Навіть не можу уявити, через що вам доводиться проходити. Ви надзвичайно сміливі. Я просто хотіла це зазначити з свого боку. Отже, у своїй ролі як менеджер залучення глобальних зацікавлених сторін, що ж я роблю? Власне, я маю свої, так би мовити, вуха у різних регіонах. Я перевіряю, що там відбувається, і також я залучаюся до спільноти. Я підіймаю якісь питання, якщо от вони є, або якщо, наприклад, спостерігається щось, і я можу із цим щось зробити. Тож, будь ласка, вважайте мене своєю подругою. Ви бачите там мою електронну пошту, адресу електронної пошти, можете мені написати електронного листа, і я з радістю вам буду допомагати. Зараз спробую перемикати. Не можу перемикати слайди, якщо можна, щоб хтось мені їх допоміг, пояснив, як це зробити. Може, хтось може перемкнути на наступний слайд, бо в мене немає такої можливості. Все, можу. Чудово. Адже я дуже короткий вступ проведу до ICANN. Що це таке? Це насправді не просто, тому що це дуже складне таке питання. Я буду намагатися настільки, наскільки це можливо. Отже, все, що я роблю, включає у себе три функції. Це параметри протоколу, функція імені, функція чисел, як ви бачите на екрані. Я гадаю, що функція, за яку ми найбільш відомі, це функція якраз таки імені, і це означає, що ми відповідаємо за введення того, що в самому кінці доменного імені, тобто .org, тобто ось цей ось корінь. Тобто ми ось це доменне ім'я закріплюємо в інтернеті. Те, що до цього, власне, у нас немає, ми не можемо нічого про це сказати, але ми можемо сказати, що ж відбувається із цими коренями. Тож, якщо, наприклад, країна більше не існує, скажімо, Югославія, ми тоді із корення забираємо це, і ми замінюємо це .rs для Сербії або Хорватія тощо. Це те, що ми робимо. І ми генеруємо також нові доменні імена. Це наша функція в плані імені. Що стосується чисел, як усі ви знаєте, Власне, в інтернеті, коли ми заходимо в інтернет, будь-хто буде мати власний унікальний IP-номер. І ми якраз таки маємо усі оці IP-номери. Ми не передаємо їх вам одразу ж, ми передаємо їх регіональним організаціям. І вже трошечки їх тут представили і RIPE-NCC, наприклад, вони є організацією, яка буде передавати оці номери у Європі, скажімо. І є от буквально 5 таких організацій. Тобто номери, вони йдуть від нас, але потім вони поширюються через регіональні організації. І що стосується тієї функції, яка найменш відома, це параметри протоколу, ця функція, і вона є досить складною. Але я хочу поділитися ось цим. Це типовий протокол. Протокол – це щось, що каже сервісу в інтернеті, як спілкуватися один з одним. Ми не розробляємо протоколи, це здійснюється дуже розумними людьми. І у нас є така сестринська організація IGF. IGF, вони якраз таки пишуть ці протоколи, а ми є тими, хто відповідають за те, що їх зберігати у такій собі бібліотеці. Це якраз таки функція протоколу. Тож це 3 функції, які входять до нашої роботи, і все, що я можу робити, певним чином крутиться навколо цих 3 функцій. Це суть ICANN. І як же ми це робимо? У нас є мультистейкхолдерна модель або модель багатьох зацікавлених сторін. І я буду це стисло зазначати в будь-якому разі. Отже, будь-хто у світі, хто захоче певним чином долучитися до нашої роботи, може це зробити. У нас є місце для усіх. Тож є у нас технічна спільнота, є у нас бізнес-спільнота, є у нас академія, уряди, кінцеві користувачі. Тобто будь-хто, ми для вас місце знайдемо. І всі залучаються до так званої рівної співпраці, тому що це якраз той принцип, який стоїть за моделлю багатьох зацікавлених сторін. І коли ми говоримо про ICANN, то потрібно розглядати 3 частини ICANN. Перш за все, це спільнота. Це те, що якраз формується ось цією моделлю багатьох зацікавлених сторін. І спільнота каже нам, що робити. Спільнота каже, які політики треба розробити. Спільнота каже нам, що треба виправити і так далі. І ми як організація, от я працевлаштована, ми як ваш секретаріат. Тобто ми вам просто робимо те, що нам кажуть робити, те, що ви нам кажете робити. І ми підтримуємо процес, ми працюємо у ньому, але ми не розробляємо ініціативи, ми самостійно не розробляємо політику. Це саме спільнота з зацікавлених сторін.
I'll go on. Anyway, so we have the board, and the board is, as I said, also made up by the.
У нас є рада, яка складається з представників спільноти мультистейкхолдерів, різних зацікавлених сторін. Вони відповідають, вони підписують політики, вони провіряють, роблять перевірку того, що робить спільнота, чи нічого ніхто не забув, чи все гаразд. Якщо вони кажуть так, все гаразд, тоді ці політики відправляються до організації, і ми їх впроваджуємо. Я хочу, щоб ви розуміли, що ми як організація, ми допомагаємо, тобто ми не приймаємо самі ініціативу, ми виконуємо допоміжну функцію, ми не розробляємо самостійно політики та правила. І я хочу згадати ще раз місію, завдання ICANN з наших установчих документів. Пункт 1.1.1. Завдання ICANN – забезпечення стабільної та безпечної роботи системи унікальних ідентифікаторів інтернету. Тобто це те, про що я говорила на початку, це 3 унікальні ідентифікатори. Я також хочу згадати дещо, що ми можемо робити для вас напряму. У нас є програма, стипендійна програма, Fellowship Program. Це відбувається 3 рази на рік, 3 зустрічі на рік. Я хочу, щоб до нас долучалися люди. Ця програма стипендійна, одна із них називається Next Gen, яка спрямована на студентів. Стипендійна програма відкрита для усіх, для будь-якої людини, яка старша 21 року, яка хоче бути залученою у процес, у цю спільноту різних зацікавлених сторін. У цій програмі ми пропонуємо дуже багато інформації про те, як функціонує ICANN. Ми пропонуємо вам переліт на одну з наших 3 зустрічей. Ми покриваємо витрати на переліт, на проживання, надаємо кошти на щоденне використання. Тобто ви можете до 3 разів приймати участь у цій програмі. Ми також зараз відкритий прийом заявок на зустріч у розробці політик, яка буде відбуватися у Вашингтоні в червні. Але для цього потрібно мати певні вже знання. Ми запрошуємо на цю зустріч тих людей, які вже приймали участь у стипендійній програмі раніше, хоча б раз, і зараз не всі зможуть прийняти участь. Але я заохочую вас подавати заявки на наступну зустріч, яка відбудеться в Гамбурзі у жовтні. Здається, прийом заявок відкривається у лютому чи в березні. Якщо ви повністю нова людина, ми заохочуємо вас подавати заявки, приймати участь, і більше інформації знаходиться за посиланням. Також я хотіла згадати дещо, це нова інформація. З 1 вересня буде вебінар, з 1 грудня буде вебінар щодо нашої нової програми грантів. Це програма, яка засновується вона використовує кошти з нашої програми, нової програми GTLD, доменів верхнього рівня. Це досить складне питання, але у нас є певні кошти, які ми можемо надавати. І спільнота мультистейкхолдерів повинна продумати, як ми це будемо робити. Нам ще дещо потрібно підправити у цій програмі і адаптувати. І 1 грудня у нас буде вебінар, і ми будемо пояснювати, як можна подати заявку, як будуть розподілятися кошти. Також буде обговорення певних питань, які ще не повністю визначені. Ось тут знаходяться посилання. 1 грудня, тобто це буде час, який зручний для мешканців Європи. І я вас заохочую долучатися, приймати участь у цьому вебінарі. І насамкінець я хочу зазначити, що у мене є список імейлів для країн Балтійського регіону та Центральної Європи. Тобто я можу записати вас на цю розсилку будь-кого із вашої спільноти, мультистейкхолдерів. Будь ласка, підписуйтесь на цей список розсилки. Я намагаюся відбирати найбільш цікаву інформацію про ICANN усім, хто залучений у цей список. Наприклад, інформацію, коли можна подавати заявки на програму, на стипендійну програму, коли можна подавати заявки на гранти. Тобто я не буду перевантажувати вас спамом чи рекламою, чи, можливо, 1 лист на місяць я буду надсилати вам. Будь ласка, заохочую всіх підписуватись. Найпростіше – це надіслати мені електронного листа. Будь ласка, запишіть мою адресу, імейл. І дякую, я готова відповідати на запитання. Не чути. Прошу пробачення, не чути. Я не чую.
Вас не чутно.
Не чути спікера. Speaker is not audible.
you hear me?
I can hear you.
Так, сподіваюсь, чуєте?
The gods of internet
Боги інтернету
are working.
працюють.
Dear Gabriela, thank you so
Шановна-
much, not only for your presentation just now, but for
Дякую
all your support
за презентацію не лише зараз, але й взагалі за підтримку. Дякую за розуміння діалогу України з ICANN. На жаль, я зараз не бачу пана Юрія Мацика, нашого представника з Міністерства цифрової трансформації. Він повинен був виразити позицію України щодо певних питань, які стосуються цього діалогу. Зі свого боку, I'm sorry, I will speak Ukrainian because this is important for Ukrainian participants of our event. My name is Oksana Prihodko. I'm the co-moderator of this section. I'm a director of the International Civic Organization European Media Platform. This organization is a so-called ALS, at-large structure of ICANN. So we represent the point of view of end users. As Ms. Gabriela has already mentioned, this organization, ICANN, it has a lot of different departments and components. They include representatives of the governments, businesses. So Mr. Macek is already here. So, if I may, I would like to give the floor to Yuri Macek, a representative of our Ministry of Digital Transformation.
Спиритичний sounds.
Like a spirit.
Хвилиночку, технічна знов проблема.
We are sorry, we have a technical issue again. If Yuri can hear me, please, Yuri Macek, let me know. So I will continue to tell you about the at-large structure. This is a so-called civic council at the ICANN. This civic council has two representatives. This is European Media Platform and also the Ukrainian Internet Association, or we have a lot of discussions on different issues, on different directions. Right now, we have representatives from the private sectors in the ICANN. This is CCNSO. This body unites domain names administrators, which are appointed for the countries. I hope their representatives will make a report today as well. So, what are we discussing with ICANN? ICANN has responded very quickly to the Russian aggression against Ukraine. For example, Urala, like 5 days after the start of the full-scale invasion, Urala issued a communique to support Ukraine. A lot of things have been done. Moreover, ICANN assigned $1 million for technical support to support the stability of internet in Ukraine. This money was channeled to the emergency telecommunications cluster. This organization is subordinate to the FAO program of UN, and we invited them to participate in the conference. And we are very grateful to Gabi for helping us, thanks to Gabriela for this feedback. At least she helped to get feedback from the UN FAO. They are too busy today to participate in the meeting, but we will be staying in touch with them. We are going to ask where this money are used, because we have not received any Starlinks, any diesel generators in order to support the stability of internet in Ukraine. So we are wondering where this money are going. Right, good day. So we have Mr. Yuri. I'm happy to give you the floor. Please let us know about Ukraine's participation in the government committee of ICANN, Government Consulting Committee of ICANN. Thank you, Oksana. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk. I'm not able to speak in many details. We are trying to improve our work. We are trying to cooperate in order to achieve the security solutions which we are trying to implement. On behalf of the government, we are very grateful to ICANN for responding to the problem which Ukraine faced in the beginning of the year, in the February of this year. Of course, it took a lot of effort to provide the help of $1 million. All the donors who would like to help to Ukraine, first of all, they are asking, how do we know whether our help is assisting Ukraine to restore Ukraine? How we can assess, how we can evaluate our help? So every donor who is providing money, they would like to understand how those funds are going to be used. So the situation that you are describing, the situation that we have today, well, we are not able to provide relevant assessment. We are not able to understand whether the funds are helping Ukraine. And we are not able to experience this help. So why I was disconnected right now? So in the place where I live, all the buildings have no electricity for 2 days. Like large buildings with thousands of residents don't have electricity. They have been without electricity for 2 days. So internet operators, internet carriers are using their own generators to provide people the possibility to talk to each other, to communicate, but the generators have to have some rest. They are not able to do it. So thanks to the ICANN for help, we would like this help to be real, to be efficient in Ukraine, to help Ukrainian citizens stay in touch. I would like to thank everybody. I have to disconnect because unfortunately I'm receiving a lot of telephone calls and I need to do some urgent work at the ministry. Thanks a lot to everybody and I wish you a great conference. Thanks a lot, Yuri. We clearly understand your workload. We understand that you are so busy. We wish you every success. We wish us to receive the victory, to have the victory. And we believe that our dialogue with ICANN is only starting. I would like to tell a few more words about the at-large organizations and about their influence. Yes, at-large has supported Ukraine very much, but at-large has not condemned the Russian aggression. For me, this is a matter of principle, because in the Ural communique, this is European department, European subunit of at-large, Uralo supported Ukraine, but they have not condemned Russia for their war. They did not condemn the Russian aggression. They did not mention the terrorism, the genocide, and the digital genocide as well. So we are going to work on this issue. And Gabriela, I hope for your support. I understand very well that Gabriela is representing the staff of ICANN. She cannot influence on different departments of ICANN, but for us it is very important to have this channel of communications. Gabriela, thanks to you again. Right now, I would like to give the floor to the next speakers. Another iStar organization. They deal with internet management as well. This is RIPE NCC, or or ripe, as I can say. So Miss Alena Muravska, I can see you. Please let us know if you can hear us, if you can connect. Yes, I can hear you. I'm sure. Alena Muravska from RIPE NCC. So I'm giving the floor to Miss Alena Muravska. I'm sorry, I need to do something. I need to turn my camera on. I need to turn my camera on.
Ви мене чуєте, Оксана?
Я вас чую, але не бачу.
Так, я не розумію, чому ви мене не бачите. Я намагаюся...
I'm trying to turn my camera on.
Чомусь мені не дає вімкнути камеру. Оксана, якщо ви мені дасте декілька хвилин...
I'm sorry, I need a minute to adjust my camera.
Так, я спробую зараз...
We are sorry, Alena needs a minute to adjust her camera.
Так, мене чутно. А зараз Олена розбереться зі своєю...
Olena is going to adjust her camera so that we can see her. I hope it will not take too much time.
Доповнити.
I hope I can add a few words.
Розповісти з нашого боку.
I would like to make some statements on our side.
Розповідала Gabriela Zaikin.
So I would like to add a few words to the presentation of Ms. Gabriela. So among the I-STAR organizations, as I can say, most of the I-STAR organizations work according to the principles of multi-stakeholder model. This means that RIPE NCC is also using the same principles. We also try to engage different stakeholders to our operations. It is very important that we have as many stakeholders as possible to get involved in our work and to achieve some solutions as a result. I hope Ms. Olena will be able to tell a bit more how we work. So she will tell about the difference between RIPE and RIPE NCC. This is very important. So in general, when we talk about RIPE and RIPE NCC, usually people say that we are RIPE NCC because we work in the organization RIPE NCC. But I would like to say that RIPE is you. RIPE is not a name of an organization. RIPE is a name of the community. So the community that we have, so this is Oksana. In fact, she is RIPE, not me. Because RIPE is the community. This is the name of the community. And it is important to bear this in mind. Yes, we have Victoria Panasiuk. She is also representative of the community, so she is also RIPE. And as for me, I am RIPE NCC. So Oksana is laughing and distracting me. I mean, there is a process. There is a certain process how the community reaches a certain decision, and then RIPE NCC is implementing a solution. So I can say that RIPE NCC is like the executive power, and RIPE is the legislative power. So the more people are engaged into the RIPE community, the more efficient multi-stakeholder model will be. So, unfortunately, by the beginning of this year,
у роботі спільноти, активної участі,
Although
майже ніхто не приймав.
almost nobody participated in the work of the community.
Не було
So the point of view of the Ukrainian community was not visible, not because nobody wanted to hear it, but because Ukrainian community did not want to participate
в цих справах.
in these things, unfortunately. So this year,
Змінилися.
the situation has changed. Alexei, I'm sorry.
Я вже готова. Так.
Добре. Ну тоді про ситуацію цього року я
So I think
розповідати наші
our participants will tell about the situation in this year.
долучилися.
Our participants of the RIPE meeting who have connected to us. Right now, I would like to give the floor to Ms. Olena. She will tell you about our organization. She will tell how we work with Ukraine, with the Ukrainian community. Thank you for filling this time. I had to restart my computer. Thank you, Oksana and Alexei, for organizing this session. We all understand that this is very difficult morally and from the technical point of view, but we all understand that we cannot overestimate the importance of these sessions. They are even more important than during the peaceful times. I would like to thank you once again. Thank you for telling about ICANN. As you have heard, RIPE NCC is like a brick in the general structure of different organizations. So, different organizations are responsible for the stable work of the technical layer of Internet, and each organization has its own specific functions. They have their own specific field of operations. Unfortunately, I missed what Alexei was saying. So forgive me if I repeat his words. As you know, RIPE NCC, so sometimes there is a confusion between RIPE and RIPE NCC. This is not a unique phenomenon for Ukrainian community. In the Netherlands, where RIPE NCC is registered, and in every country, I saw that we are called representatives of RIPE. When I was visiting different conferences in the Netherlands, this is what people were calling us, but I represent RIPE NCC. So NCC is a part which is responsible. So NCC means Network Coordination Center. So this means that we are fulfilling the coordination functions. As Mr. Alexei has mentioned, our organization is responsible for unique registration of IP addresses and autonomous systems numbers on the territory that includes 76 countries. But we are not an international organization. We are registered in the Netherlands, and we are operating within the legislative framework of the Netherlands. As an organization, we have double or even triple function. First of all, one of the functions is a secretariat of the community. So we were founded as a secretariat of the community, and after several months, RIPE NCC was assigned with the functions of the registry of the register of the number functions of Internet. As RIPE NCC, we are also a membership organization. So our members are private persons or organizations who have signed a contract with us, and we assign resources to these organizations or private persons. So this is a formal part of our functions. Another part of our function is to be a secretariat for the community. That's why we are open for communication with everybody, with every organization, with any organization, with people who believe that they are a part of the RIPE community. So, RIPE community does not have a legal status, they don't have a formal membership, unlike RIPE NCC, because in the RIPE NCC there are memberships, formal memberships, members sign contracts, and members have to pay membership fees. So, everybody who is interested in the topics of distribution of resources can become a member of RIPE. So, this can be technical organizations. Historically, RIPE and RIPE NCC includes internet service providers. But the world is changing. Right now we can see in the community, we can see the representatives of the society. We see representatives of government committees who are becoming interested in this area of work. So I understand it is difficult. Sometimes it is difficult for a usual user to understand the differences, and for some operators, sometimes it's difficult to understand how we can cooperate or how we can stay in touch. But unlike ICANN, we don't have a formal division. Our multi-stakeholder model is not formal. Unlike ICANN, on Gabriela's slide, she showed different communities in different colors. The communities have their own structures with different groups. The community can communicate with different groups, but in RIPE and in RIPE NCC we don't have this formal subdivision. Also, we don't have formal subdivisions into countries and regions. Well, of course, there are some, because we organize certain meetings for the communities. We can organize different regional meetings, but anyone can participate in those meetings from different regions. So you don't have to be specifically coming from a particular region to participate in our events. So this was a general introduction about our work.
The third part that I am going to tell you more about later, that we are registering domain resources of the Internet and their secretariat for the community. We consider it really important to provide the Internet community data about the Internet. Therefore, we are developing various systems for Internet measurements, for example, RAP Atlas. That is, what kind of conclusions can we draw out of this? That we understand how hard it might be and unclear for the community how to cooperate with RIPE NCC or to be the part of our community. We also see that to some extent it might be the reason because we saw a huge activity from the side of, in this case, Ukrainian community. And from our side, we are making attempts to do everything in order for this field, this sphere, become more significant and more visible for the community in Ukraine. Therefore, from our side, we are trying to do everything possible in order for you to know us. And first of all, the aim of my today's speech will be that we are using all possible platforms and situations in order to hear more from you, to hear. Of course, we ourselves are watching the situation, but without the dialogue between us and the community, we won't be able to act efficiently. Therefore, please, if you have any questions or some kind of proposals or some kind of information, so please use either this session or come to us later on, because as Secretariat for the Community, we are doing nothing, like we ourselves can't initiate such certain processes, and it's just the same, like for us, the situation similar to ICANN, because Gabriela also mentioned about the so-called policies of ICANN, that ICANN as an organization doesn't create those, and the same with our organization. We don't create these policies on our own. Therefore, it's important for the community to understand the mechanisms that are there in order to regulate and participate in this field. That is how we as RIPE NCC are distributing resources for our members. For example, that is our main function, our core business, so to say, depends on what the community created in the policy. And we as organization are responsible for these policies to be performed. As I already mentioned, we don't have a formal difference between the regions, and we as a membership organization, we are not working with the countries, we are working with the members who are separate organizations. But of course, the thing that each region, each country have own peculiarities and own needs, that was obvious long ago, and especially at the time when now in Ukraine we have war, when Ukraine is suffering from aggression from the neighboring country, then of course the needs of Ukrainian community will differ from the needs of other countries. Therefore, we pay attention to our work with Ukraine, and from the beginning of war we were conducting certain initiatives aimed at supporting Ukrainian internet. Now I will name a few of those. For example, with the help of those tools of measurement that we have, we conducted a few studies and we published those in the portal, where we are publishing studies and articles from the whole community. That was done by my colleague Mul Aben. And we wanted to show how these data might be useful for Ukraine, for Ukrainians, for operators, and also for state institutions, in order to understand what is happening with the internet and how to use these data maybe in some actions, or like in order to like prevent some possible problems with the internet. So now I will speak a bit from the name of Alexei Semenyaka, who was really in intense contact with the technical community, and he saw the need that on safety there is necessity in certain knowledge, and we conducted the training on security for Ukrainian operators. That was exclusive training for Ukraine in the conditions our operators faced. We are open for the dialogue, both with the technical community and with anyone who is interested in the topic of Ukrainian internet. And of course, Ukraine as a country never stood aside from this issue in the dialogue with the Ukrainian state. And we are supporting where possible with information, knowledge, and other ways. On the last RIPE meeting, we had representatives of Ukrainian community, and we were honored to invite them via the so-called fellowship program, and 4 representatives of technical community and
Прошу, не можу знайти
I'm sorry, I can't find the Ukrainian word for like civil society. These are people whom you all know pretty well, and probably that was the first time that Ukrainian voice was so strong and powerful in that last meeting, and you could see how well the community accepted Ukrainian delegation representatives of Ukraine because it was bright, and for many for many participants from European community, it was really unexpected because they were not used to seeing Ukraine on these platforms. So I think that later on Victoria herself will speak more about that. But my opinion, my impression as a worker of RIPE NCC was that it was so exciting. And the main thing for me was to get this representation on each meeting and for this voice to become a little stronger and stronger. So there's a small joke. Also, I don't know, maybe Victoria would like to say something by herself, maybe. She won't be as shy, but for example, about like how Ukraine organizes life of the community inside the country. It is so developed and it is so powerful that for representatives of other network cooperation groups from Britain, for example, Ukrainian experience was the thing they never knew before, but they mentioned that Britain has nothing to share with Ukrainians. We can just learn from you. And I think that many Ukrainians in our internet community, they don't recognize what a rich experience Ukraine has, experience that Ukraine can share. So now we need some help, and I will repeat myself. I would like to hear, and also Alexei as representatives of RIPE NCC, we want to hear from you what we can do. And also, please don't forget with what experience, what knowledge can you now share with your European colleagues. I guess here I will end, and I truly hope that we will have enough time for discussions, for questions. So please.
Я дуже дякую Альоні.
Thank you very much, Alona, for the presentation, for all the help that we as representatives of Ukrainian delegation. For me, Ukrainian delegation is something like post-Soviet term, but now I felt for the first time the member of Ukrainian delegation, even though nobody formed this delegation. We just came together under the Ukrainian flag, and we are really thankful to Alona for the help, technical, organizational, and any help. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alexei, who actually helped us to be decisive enough to do this. Now I would like to give the floor to Victoria, but I want to ask Dmitro Verhelis because I am trying to find a connection with him somehow. Maybe just he will have no time later on to join. So, Dmitro, do you hear us? If it's okay for you to take the floor right now, then go ahead and do it. Or you want to listen to Victoria? I will make a brief remark. I will inform about the work of our Stay Connection because I have no time already. So, if possible, I would like to present now.
Ми вас слухаємо.
We are listening to you. Dear colleagues, I greet all of you. I'm really thankful for the invitation and thankful for the information that I already gained from you. And I would like to inform you what is National Center of Operatic Technical Management of Networks of Telecommunication, which is working in special service of Ukraine for connection and information. And as of today is performing tasks on providing all our military organizations with resources, operators of networks of general use, including networks networks that are providing internet services.
Я хотів би
And I
сказати
would
про
like to
роботу
mention about the work of the state
в плані представництва
special
нашої
connection
країни
in
на
terms of representing our country in the international union of
в жовтні цього року відбулася
connection.
повноважна
In
конференція
September,
Міжнародного
October,
Союзу.
there was an international conference on
Це вищий керівний орган Союзу, який
electric
збирається кожні 4
connection.
роки
That's
для обговорення
the
щодо
conference that
питань
takes
подальшої
place
діяльності.
each 4 years in order to discuss further activity and is choosing
Час
the
початку цієї
heading staff.
повноважної
And
конференції
during that
голова Держспецзв'язку
conference head
мав
of
можливість
State
виступити
Special
там і ще раз
connection, he had an opportunity to speak up, and he could stress one more time on what is happening in Ukraine and how
Російська Федерація навіть
Russian
перетворила
Federation
на зброю зв'язок, який мусить працювати в
made
інтересах добробуту та розвитку
connection a weapon, but it has to work for the well-being of the society. During the last period in our country,
пошкоджено або захоплено
it was
понад
harmed
4
or
тисяч базових
captured more than 4,000 basic sessions,
десятки кілометрів
basic stations of
оптоволоконного
mobile
кабеля
connection,
знищено.
and
Знищено 17 веж, які транслюють
17 posts that are translating
теле- та радіосигнали.
the tower that is translating tele and radio signal. And at the end of his speech, the head of that service invited the community
Зв'язківців всього світу
who are working with the connection all over the world to join the process of provision help to telecommunication networks of Ukraine. And also he mentioned that the most important thing that might be done by the world community, not allow the Russian representatives to the heading position in the union and not allow people who are working, who are harming all of this. And the world community has to be strong and united about judging the war and supporting the wholeness of different countries, and also conducting plenary on the 10th of October about performing Resolution 1408 about support of the infrastructure of Ukraine in order to renew the infrastructure, and 48 countries, among which is Canada, Japan, and United Kingdom, USA, and others, they supported the joint application where we are talking about some help in restoring the telecommunication means. And I would like to end up that at the end of that conference, to the heading bodies who were chosen, not a single representative from Russian Federation, not a single of them was included to radio. And Russia was not chosen to the members of this council. 44 members are there. Neither Russia nor Belarus didn't get enough number of voices. So I'm really thankful for that to all the countries in the world who were supporting the offers that were announced by representatives of Ukraine at the beginning of that conference. So that's all I wanted to present today. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, Mr. Dmitro, thank you very much for your participation. It's like the process of your invitation was really difficult, and I hope that our dialogue between Ukrainian stakeholders just started. Unfortunately, we didn't manage to receive. Indeed, we're using some wrong contacts in order to invite representative of ITU, because we've got a lot more questions to ITU as well and to different solutions and votings of Ukraine in the past and what to do with this in the future. I am really thankful and I hope to continue our cooperation. And now finally, I would like to give the floor to Victoria, and I'm really glad to present representative of Ukrainian Right Organization. Thank you very much, Oksana. Greeting to everyone today in this online forum. Taking into account the events during the last few days, it's just wonderful that we have such an opportunity to continue discussing important issues, to continue discussing with the members of international community and members of international organizations. And now I would like to share my experience of visiting RIPE meetings this year. First of all, thank you very much, Alexei, for invitation. And I am really thankful to Elena Moravska that she was leading us into the world of RIPE, and she became the mentor for Ukrainian delegation, and she told us about all the processes that are taking place in RIPE, NCC, and RIPE community. As you know, this year indeed, maybe, like for me, myself, it was the opening that maybe we were a bit passive to different issues because we came and we understood how many problems are there, unresolved problems, and they are unresolved just because we did not raise these issues as members of RIPE community. And I was incredibly amazed by how RIPE NCC, as Olena mentioned, they are kind of secretariat that helps community to implement certain policies that are about the cooperation and the right for receiving these addresses. And I was amazed how RIPE NCC and Executive Board are open to the dialogue, how ready they are to listen to each community member, how the working groups are working, and actually everything is in our hands. Of course, in peaceful time, Ukraine works and lives, and we have a lot of operators for mobile connection. Each one develops their business, and it's just like they are creating their own business, their own communications, and as of today, it's probably one of the best in Europe, and maybe there was no need to get involved to this cooperation, but as of today we understood how important it is and how it incredibly helps us to fight for our rights, for freedom, and gain victory, not only on the military front, but also on information front. As for the RIPE community, it's really powerful platform, and only cooperating with the community we can influence decision making. And that's a huge honor to be part of this community. I really would like to address all the operators, all the Ukrainian leaders, not just leaders, but also those who are using blocks of IP addresses. In order for that, you have to understand that you're part of the community, you have the right to vote, you have the right for creating conditions that are interesting and necessary for you, that help to develop your business and protect it. This year, Ukrainian delegation was depending and now continues work in working groups. Our IP addresses from illegal transfers on illegally occupied territories. These are issues that are making people worried in many fields, and as a resource of protection of email addresses, because it's information, it's cybersecurity of the whole information infrastructure of Ukraine, and also it's on the physical level, it's safety of those people who now are in occupation and to whom, like, might come and people, they are coming and they are just taking away these networks and unoccupied territories. There's a lot of such cases. Unfortunately, we can't name all the operators because it's a threat to life of their employees, so we won't like to harm them. And there are like criminal cases, there are precedents that as of today we have to consider on the international level, and we have to protect these operators. And therefore, I am encouraging our part of Ukrainian community to be open, to be active, because that's about all of us. We have to fight both on the physical military front and, of course, in the information and cyberspace. If we are talking in general about our feeling after the right meeting, like what we learned, of course, it's incredibly pleasant. And I would like to mention and maybe thank from all the operators of Ukraine to people from Global NUC Alliance who from the first days of actions, they created a platform, Keep Ukrainian Connected, for helping Ukrainian operators. This is the example of the strength of impact on the community. It's not a political organization. These are people who are active, people who understand our problem, people who they are collecting all these moments and they are giving equipment in a way of humanitarian aid. Let us say so, it's very important and powerful help for us as of today. I'm really thankful to each participant of the meeting for that your hearts, and it can be felt, they were beating in line with Ukraine, for their warmth, for understanding the situation, and I will say even more, unfortunately, in this meeting there were also Russian representatives, but we didn't hear their voices, as a matter of fact, because Ukrainian voice was more powerful, and we have to continue, and this voice has to sound longer, and I hope that on the next meeting there will be no representatives of Russia. As for cooperation interaction in RIPE community and cooperation with RIPE NCC, there is a lot of working groups and for different topics. These are technical development of policies, information safety, where there are really like rules of cooperation created and conditions for cooperation. Therefore, RIPE NCC is just making the desires of the community more formal, and if you want our interests to be to have our interests, to defend our interests, then join the working groups. There is nothing easy here. Like, it's easy to say that somebody didn't hear someone, but in order to be heard, we have to speak. As for Olena mentioned today, the meeting with the NOC network operators group from different countries. I was honored to be invited to the closed meeting where there were only the hosts of different meetings in different countries. And when they were discussing different issues, different problems among themselves that they are having when conducting meetings, workshops, and when they are having some group activities, local, so to say, local communities. When we were even talking about choosing the platform for communication, for interaction between these participants in the community, let us say so, I was not given the floor in order to speak how the communication is happening for us. And when I mentioned that we have such powerful platforms as UCAS, as DEC, Digital Communications, as DEAM, these are platforms that are having hundreds of people, representatives of the field, that we have active chats, and we are not worried like how to make these chats really active, because our community every morning is communicating about all the problems in these chats. And there is more than 1,000 participants. So we were mentioning how our meetings are held, what we are discussing, that on 24th of February there had to be a conference where we would have spoken to each other. It had to be the conference in Kyiv, where we should have talked about like what to do if the connection in Ukraine will disappear. Is it possible that there will be some blackouts and so on? But unfortunately, we didn't manage to discuss these issues because on the 24th of February, we woke up to explosions. And when I mentioned all these things on this general meeting, and I asked, like, okay, you are calling yourselves like separately British NOC, like, or other European countries, also you have your own NOCs. What do we need in order to become the NOC community, RIPE community? So I was sad that, I'm sorry, but you are already such a group. You have a powerful platform. You have really powerful communications with the powerful platforms to discuss those. And you have such meetings inside of your countries that we never knew about. And we have something to learn from you. So that demonstrates one more time that we should be more open, more, we have to, like, we have something to share. We have experiences of today in extreme conditions, how to work using generators more than one day, how to use alternative sources of the internet. The example of Starlinks, how to rebuild networks, how to make up the big national roaming. We have something to share. We have our experience, and it seems to me that the world community has to know how powerful Ukraine is, not only in terms of armed thing, but how powerful, what a powerful internet community we've got, and what a powerful information environment is here. So I wish to all the Ukrainian operators to win this fight and to continue making the world community acquainted with who we are, because we have things to share and we have something to tell them about. And even in spite of that, like, why is it also important to cooperate, to interact? Why do we need interactions among the communities? Why do we need international professional communities? As of today, we can see that, of course, when we are recognizing the terrorists on a high political level, it's really important, but recognition of what is happening now in our country, it has to be not only on high political level, but also in all the spheres. There is operators of different countries. They have to know how our operators work. Energy workers from different countries, they have to understand what are the difficult conditions for our energy workers. So such a cooperation of different spheres, of different levels, they help us to speed up our work today. And at peaceful time, we really want to be respected, to be open to the world, and for us to not to be the side of the world, but for everyone to understand that the world is a powerful state, and people can take example from here on different levels. And this is my personal desire. Of course, when we went to RIPE, it was not as simple because indeed it was full of getting acquainted. It was a non-stop, a few days of work, and I'm really thankful to all the members and participants of our delegation. That is Світлана Ткаченко, Oksana Prihodko, Olena Kushnir. And when we indeed raised this very important issue of illegal transfers of IP addresses, then probably back then for many participants of the community it became clear how important it is, not only Ukrainian community but other representatives of other countries, how important it is, how important this issue is, and that conflict situations might happen not only in Ukraine but also in other countries, and we have to have the general policy, let us say so, of protection from such cases, such conflicts, and actually counteracting to such aggression. And I would say that opening of RIPE community for myself, it became for me a part of more important global process participation in world processes. What I would like to add, I would like to wish all of us peace, victory, and as of today, operators of Ukraine, you are big heroes. I would like the whole world community to learn about you. Peaceful sky to all of us. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. I'm just hardly keeping my tears, but thank you very much, Victoria, for your being emotional, because this is really, really, really lacking on these all international meetings and things that are taking place. Indeed, we have to be heard, and the world has to understand what is happening right now in Ukraine. I will switch maybe to more formal issues, like with Alexei. We were driving the taxi under the bombarding from the Youth Forum on Internet Management, and we were discussing the decision of the European Parliament in order to recognize the Russia as a country terrorist. I think that it will have a direct impact also to RIPE NCC and other organizations. Alexei has a different opinion, and we are going to discuss that much more during different events. So now I would like to invite to the floor Mr. Peter Ashok. I saw him and I don't see him. So Mr. Peter, do you hear me? Mr. Peter?
Yes, I can hear you.
Так, я вас чую. Дуже дякую. Я надзвичайно рада, що ви прийняли моє запрошення для того, щоб взяти участь у нашій зустрічі. Будь ласка, розкажіть нам про свою реакцію на всю цю ситуацію. Дуже вам дякую. Дуже дякую за запрошення. Звуть пане Пітер Пан з компанії «Центр». І я власне, як зазначалося, що попереднє втручання, ми трохи рухаємося в цьому плані, і я хочу донести певне повідомлення до вас. Власне, новини, інформація, яка у нас є, тому що я наразі у Бельгії, тобто це... Я гадаю, що ми можемо тільки почати уявити, з чим ви зустрічаєтеся, живучи в таких умовах. Але водночас я гадаю, що можна таким чином розбудувати більшу спільноту, в тому числі таку спільноту, де люди, яких ми знаємо протягом багатьох років, вони от працюють протягом всіх цих років. І, власне, ми надаємо платформи для обміну інформацією. Ми не маємо прямого контакту із користувачами інтернету. Тож, у нас є один член із кожної країни, наприклад, з України, скажімо, .ua, і ми ділимося кращими практиками. І це приводить мене до першого такого моменту. У нас було декілька місяців після того, як було здійснено цей факт агресії. І це захід, який одні вважали, що це правильна річ, яку треба зробити, а інші вважали, що вони зобов'язані це зробити, тому що ми вирішували це у загальній спільноті і, власне, не хотіли вже ділитися своєю інформацією. Саме тому ми припинили членство. Другий момент, якого я вже торкнувся у своїй вступній промові, це те, що от ми співпрацюємо з різними спільнотами, ми працюємо разом над глобальним, дуже стійким інтернетом. І це частина місії – допомагати один одному. Отже, буквально декілька членів вони пам'ятали це, вони одразу ж підвели голову, і вони зрозуміли, що Україна, вона може скористатися, вона може отримати користь від нашої допомоги. І я переконаний, що Дмитро та Світлана, ви також помітили такі моменти, що є надзвичайно багато моментів, які можуть надавати додаткову допомогу. І вони вже роблять свій внесок, тобто вони надають вже багато допомоги, і певна конкретна допомога є необхідною для того, щоб звернутися до конкретної спільноти напряму. Тому що насправді це надзвичайно важливо, що ми могли продовжувати разом працювати, мати платформу для того, щоб обмінюватися цією інформацією. І я бажаю сили, бажаю безпеки. Я сподіваюся, що ми, власне, зможемо це скінчити тільки настільки швидко, наскільки можливо, і ми готові допомагати. Дуже дякую, Пітере, за вашу участь, за ваше рішення, за вашу підтримку України. Світлана Ткаченко презентуватиме точку зору свою, і, на жаль, в неї немає зв'язку. Я бачу Альона Муравська. Можливо, пані Альона. Maybe you would like to speak right now? I can do it now. Thank you, Ms. Oksana. We will have a closing round and then I can do it. Yeah, we will have it. I will try to invite Max Blahandravin, and he refuses, unfortunately. Отже, від України я хочу подякувати Центр за всю вашу підтримку, за всю вашу допомогу. Ми надзвичайно вам вдячні. Ми будемо дуже раді побачитися із вами на наших наступних заходах. Дуже вам дякую. And now I would like to invite to turn on the video of Yuri Antashak, who is a citizen of Kherson, and during the whole occupation of Kherson, Yulia mentioned that now it's really hard to provide all these precise all that precise information about the crimes that are made by Russia's on occupied territories. Now Kherson is deoccupied, and we are thankful to Yuri for providing this information about what actually happened with the internet connection and so on. And we wish him good luck. Thank you.
Всім добрий день. Вдячний за можливість поділитися з вами своїм досвідом і розповісти трохи про те, яким чином Херсонська область, будучи окупованою, Російською Федерацією, залишатися на зв'язку. Росія окупувала не тільки українські землі, але і
occupied not only Ukrainian lands but also Ukrainian internet, and Kherson Oblast was actually occupied in a really fast manner. Russian troops came there in March already, and all this time Russians, they were trying to limit the population, to control access to information. And at first, it was done in such a manner that there was like bad mobile connection. It's really good that there was national roaming and we could stay in touch thanks to to switch from Kyivstar to Vodafone or Live. But really fast, the occupants, they started controlling the whole internet, and the cable was hit that was joining Kherson to all the territory of Ukraine, and correspondingly Kherson providers, they had nothing to do but switch to Crimean Miranda in order to provide connection services and internet for people in Kherson. And that happened in May 2022. The first prolonged period when there was no connection at all, no mobile connection, no internet, and Kherson provider Skynet for the first time switched to Miranda. And we could see a lot of people who were near Miranda offices, near Skynet offices, where there was free of charge Wi-Fi, so that people can at least somehow do this. And still there is a discussion, is that betrayal or not? But of course it's a discussion, because people stay without connection, without any connection, and they can't read news, they can't learn what is happening in Kherson Oblast in Ukraine in general, or still they have this access to internet, and internet is launched via Russia. And as far as it is launched via Russia, then as soon as we had this whole internet, correspondingly people had no opportunity to open, to just read the Ukrainian news websites, local websites. There was even problems with Viber. It was a bit later, but from 24th of February, there were blocked a few thousand Ukrainian sites and news websites, local websites, Kherson websites that are publishing news, and it's the usual thing, because there is maximal censorship of the internet. In order to avoid this, we were trying to counsel, to tell what VPN is, and most part of Kherson Oblast and people of elder age, they know what VPN is, how to use that, and how to go to internet, because the problem was not just in order to get and read the news from the websites, but there was a problem in access to banks. In order to join Privat24 or Aval or Ashad Bank, there is no Ukrainian connection, no Ukrainian internet, and We can see that people are joining from Russian Federation to Ukrainian websites, and there is blocking as well. So there was blocking from the Russian side and also blocking from Ukrainian websites. And they were blocking Ukrainian IP addresses, and I'm really thankful that big companies they reacted to that really fast. And like Privatbank, also they made amendments and they ended it in order for Ukrainians to get access to their accounts and how, as far as possible, to get connection to their banking systems. And altogether, there were problems with the terminals in Kherson Oblast because there's no Ukrainian connection. And problems with the connection. And those they were working. They stopped, and there were certain difficulties in order for her son to pay with Ukrainian cards. The problem with the Ukrainian providers on the level of Ukraine was also that all the accounts were blocked of Ukrainian providers, and at the beginning people continued paying officially to bank accounts for services of like internet access to Ukrainian providers, Kherson providers who continued working and provide access to internet. So with time, banks were blocking the accounts, and it happened to all the providers who stayed in Kherson, and such providers as Voda Kyivstar, Ukr-Telecom, they stopped working in Kherson Oblast, and Kherson citizens, they started joining local providers who were giving their services, and remained the issue like how to get the payment, how to go to the office, because like the employees, they were working, they were counseling the consulting the population, resolving like technical issues. They were like, it's a very discussional issue whether those accounts had to be blocked, and do we have to like have some providers, in spite of all the threats, in spite of lack of specialists, because they were also leading this part. So do we have to treat them as those who are betraying because of internet? That is, okay, it was Russian internet, but still it gave the opportunity to communicate with relatives. So we didn't know whether everything was done properly. So we didn't know how to do that properly. But again, it's really wrong to mark people because of that, and those who they lack the control over the equipment, and Russians, they got that equipment, they took it away, and they were using that how they wanted. So there are not only local Kherson providers who have a more broad network, not in Kherson, for example. If people from Kherson, they tried to call to their providers and they were asking whether they can join their home to the internet, like in Kherson, same operator was working, or their local office was like helping the citizens of Kherson to get access. So there was no necessary equipment. There were problems with the cables. They were switching from Kyivstar to Norm, and with the it was impossible to get this new cable. And from the Crimea, maybe they started to bring the cable, and similar equipment could not be brought there, and so they had to look for some way out. Yeah, there was difficulty in sending the internet, and even Viber, as I mentioned, in some moments was blocked. because the Russian soldiers, they were trying to block everything that people could get access to. I'm really thankful to Rakuten company, and when we started saying that Viber stopped working, and actually now it's working, it's half working, because the company didn't manage to resolve this issue. It's working only with the VPN. Viber. So Viber is just one thing. Russia is also blocking popular VPN services. We were trying a lot of different VPN services, and we were providing them to our colleagues and partners who've been working in Kherson and Kherson Oblast for all that time, and they were blocked in Russia. They were blocked on the occupied territory, and then still we took our own server and we just had this VPN. We started giving it to our colleagues so that they could communicate and do their action. It's a really good solution, like to learn about popular VPN servers and block those, and it's not a big problem. So from the very beginning, all the most popular VPN services, they were working either with big difficulties or they didn't work at all. So nothing could be downloaded. And all these difficulties we had to resolve in a really fast manner, and being actually not in the boundaries of that coverage. So it's hard to understand, actually. It's hard to understand what civilians are facing. It's difficult. So our task is to react quickly to the challenges so that where they are now, Kherson is deoccupied and the right bank is deoccupied, and we, like mobile connection, is already coming back, and I hope that problems with electricity will be resolved. But we are talking about the left bank, the territories that are now still occupied. Everything is complicated and making more complicated because the occupants, they are coming to private houses in order to check whether children are not studying at Ukrainian schools online. By the way, Zoom was also working with problems, and it works with problems on occupied territories still blocked there. That is, if to be brief, of course there were much more problems, much more details about that, but I hope that our experience will be useful and interesting for you to learn from it, and maybe we need to get ready to some similar things. And we will hope that this won't happen, but we have to be ready. I think that COVID-19 already prepared a bit Ukrainian citizens to be in digital format, and no more they know how to work online, how to be online, and the challenges that we faced after the 4th of February, we have strengthened our access to internet. We know how important free internet in Ukraine and in the world is.
Я дуже дякую пану Юрію.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yuri.
Ми, звичайно, будемо вивчати цей досвід
Of course, we will learn from this experience, we will analyze it, we will make some additional questions, and every time when we are having like rockets flying to us or something like that, maybe not every Ukrainian, but I know many people who start just giving money for our armed forces of Ukraine who are defending us, for such volunteers as Mr. Yuri and all other organizations and initiatives that have to
Дуже знов таки перепрошую
bring
за
our victory
можливе
closer.
занадто
I'm really
емоційне,
sorry maybe again to emotional
Зараз я хочу
speech, but
запитати, чи є в когось
now I would
питання.
like to
Я
ask whether
бачу
anybody has
мало
questions.
учасників
I
у
see
нас на платформі.
little participants in
Чи
our
є якісь
platform.
питання?
Are there any questions,
Коментарі?
comments?
Нічого нема.
Nothing.
Тоді я переходжу
So
вже
then
до
I
заключних,
switch to the
виступів.
ending
Пані
speeches.
Альона, я вам першою
Miss Alona,
надаю слово.
I give the floor to you first.
Пані Альона.
Miss Alona,
Олена. Пані.
Olena.
Так.
Thank you very much. Oksana, I thank very much to all the participants and the host of this forum. It was a very important meeting for us, and I'd like to repeat our intention as an organization. We want to continue hearing from the community, what do you need now? What needs do you have? And also, how do you see the future after the victory? Where do you see that we can help or we can play some role in rebuilding our country? Also, I would like to underline the importance of the role and involvement of the community in the processes that are impacting the policies, right policies, because for us, if the community will not initiate the policies is something that can be made only by the community. Not a single rule can be changed. Therefore, we need this initiation. We also need support from the general Ukrainian community. There will be some offers about the changes of policies that are there in RIPE. If you don't know how to participate and what are formal rules, now I would like to mention many details. Please ask me. I will leave my contact in the chat. Then you should contact Alexei via email or ask Oksana or Victoria, and we will gladly work. We will tell what is there, what conditions are there. And also at the very beginning of war in our organization, we made a decision that as soon as we will be able to travel safe to Ukraine, other people will be able to travel safe, we will have a huge meeting for the whole community. We want to show in such a manner to the whole internet community all over the world that Ukraine is already open for meetings, for communication in such a new format, and we as a secretariat community, we are holding meetings, conferences. This is part of our work, and we are waiting impatiently the time when we will be able to organize such an event for the community in Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Дуже дякую. Ми пам'ятаємо
Thank you very much. We remember Right Days, wonderful in Ukraine. We really want to repeat such an event even better, and Victoria will get involved. Of course, we are waiting impatiently for the victory. So, Miss Gabriela, шановна Габріела, чи хочете ви щось додати?
Yes, thank you.
Так, дякую.
I would like to underline that
Я б хотіла
I'm here to help you.
зазначити, що я тут для того, щоб вам допомагати і підтримати вас.
Responsible for,
І я є відповідальною.
I want to underline that your safety
Для спільноти я хочу наголосити, що ваша безпека є надзвичайно важливою. І, будь ласка, повідомте, якщо будуть у вас якісь запитання, я сподіваюся, невдовзі почути від вас. І дуже вам дякуємо. Ми також чекаємо вас в Україні. Sorry, Alexei.
Дуже дякую.
Thank you very much.
Мені здається, що у нас була дуже гарна
I
дискусія.
guess we had a really good discussion. Unfortunately,
людей слухають.
and not so many people are listening to us, but that's understandable in the situation that we are facing right now, but we've got the recording, so I guess
Хтось може почути
somebody can
пізніше,
hear
послухати.
that, listen to that later. I mean, what we've been discussing. And I would like also to mention that the discussion did not come to an end because we will still continue it today
Щодо
about
формування спільноти
the
України.
formation of the community in Ukraine.
І ми
And we are going to talk,
продовжувати розмовляти на ці
we
теми.
will continue talking about these topics, and we will continue
Бути
thinking how
міцніше.
to be stronger,
Як збільшувати
how to
потужність
increase the capacity of the power of our voices, how to form
щось єдине,
something
якусь єдину спільноту,
joined, some joint community. I think really powerful,
істоту, котра
and
зможе
some powerful creature that will be able to,
вже на інших рівнях
on different levels,
тому
work,
що ми знаємо,
because
чули
we
сьогодні,
know, we heard today
як працюють наші
how
держоргани
our
на
state authorities are
таких
working
майданчиках, як
on such
ITU.
platforms like
Сподіваюся, що ми
ITU, and I
будемо
truly
мати
hope
щось
that
подібне
we will
і,
have something
на
similar
майданчиках
also
не державних.
the platforms that are not the state platforms. I mean the platforms of RIPE NCC, platforms of ISOC,
Про що ми будемо
and
сьогодні
others. So
говорити. Дякую.
we are going to continue this discussion today. Thank you very much, and I
Що
hope
побачимо сьогодні.
that we'll see you today again.
Я дуже дякую усім
I
учасникам,
thank all
усім
the participants, all the speakers, Ms.
я вашу
Alena.
адресу, якщо ви
And
дозволите,
if you
розішлю
allow, I
всім
will
учасникам
send your
нашої
address to
секції
all the
листи.
participants of our section in the letter.
Так, звісно.
Yes, yes, of course.
Добре, тоді дуже всім
Good,
дякую.
then thank you all very, very much. I invite you for the next section. The next section, I will also moderate it. It will be dedicated to the integration of Ukraine to the unified European market, digital market. I hope that it will be for RIPE interesting, and I don't know how interesting it is for ICANN, but nevertheless, please join us and see you again in Ukraine and abroad. Thank you very much. All the best to you. And I'm really thankful to translators and to our technical staff, to Yuri. Thank you all very much.
Шановні колеги, я думаю, що вже час починати нашу наступну секцію. Секція, яка
Dear colleagues,
присвячена
I think it's already time to start our next session, which is dedicated to entering of Ukraine to the European digital market. And again, it's concerning our legislation in this very field. Dear colleagues, do you hear me?
Я дуже сподіваюся, що
I
чуєте.
truly hope that you can hear something. I would like to invite our first speaker, Mr. Serhiy from the Committee of Верховна Rada on Digital Transformation. Mr. Serhiy.
Чи все добре з зв'язком?
Is everything okay with your connection? Does it work or it doesn't?
Якщо необхідна допомога,
If you need any assistance, now I will call our technical specialist.
взагалі мене чує, якщо можна,
Does anybody hear me at all? If possible, write in the chat at least. Yeah, we can hear you.
чути. Так, це в
Окей.
пане Сергія. Зараз тоді хвилиночку одну.
Good, then just a minute.
Пане Сергію, спробуйте, будь ласка, перезавантажити
Mr.
комп'ютер,
Serhiy,
тому
please
що
try to reload
інколи
your
так
computer.
буває.
Sometimes such things
або
happen.
перепідключитися.
Or just try to leave the
Дякую
conference
дуже.
and come again. Thank you very much.
Поки ми чекаємо на підключення пана
While we are
Сергія,
waiting for
пані
Mr.
Ольго, може
Serhiy,
ви
Ms.
почнете,
Olga, maybe you will begin?
щоб не втрачати час.
Not to lose time.
Добре,
Yeah,
дуже
can you hear
дякую.
me?
Запрошую
Very
вас до
good.
слова.
So we are inviting you. The floor is yours.
Шановні колеги, хочу розпочати з того, що навесні
Dear colleagues, I would like to begin with the fact that at spring, Ukraine filled in the questionnaire that is necessary in order to gain the membership in the EU and integration. There were integration achievements for the last few years, and in the conclusions to this questionnaire, the European community assessed on a high level Ukrainian achievements. That means that we are fulfilling our work in timely and qualitative manner. We are working on adapting these conditions, and the main three components are general policy in the field of communications and also digital identification and trust services. I would like briefly stop on achievements of each of these directions. In the law of Ukraine on digital communications, we are talking to EU countries. Digital communication. Also, we've been working according to the EU standards, and currently the Digital Policy Support to Ukraine project of EU in Ukraine, they are developing secondary legislation, and one of the important steps of our country and way to that its participation in the bodies of European regulators of at the moment now we received a status of the member of Euro Observer that will help us to provide the EU best practices in Ukraine and understand better European legislation. Also, as an initiative, Ukraine is studying possibilities of implementation, the documents like DSA-DMA Acts, and also to work with the EU in this direction. As for the central policy, then I would like to mention that this is a sensitive issue for Ukraine because the 700 megahertz, it depends on Ukraine. These are armed forces and this state services, and it's impossible to avoid to work on that nowadays, so it was postponed from objective reasons. We are also developing legislative acts that will help to compensate these particles to the users. We continue working on different networks in order to ensure the high-speed internet for citizens, and we managed to improve this infrastructure of country earlier, and now it is ruined greatly. And also in 2 years we covered more than 9,000 villages and village settlements with the mobile internet. This is 9 million users, and some of them got improvements. And also we are ensuring development of the connection. There is subvention of many kilometers of cables in the villages of Ukraine, and in order for digital services to be available for everyone, then we are providing access to 4G network, and one of the important goals is provision of new technology of 5G connection, and next year we are planning to cover that with 5G. We are also taking into account the experience of our colleagues, like who are sharing 700 and 800 megahertz from, like, excluding the operators of the mobile connection in order to provide the connection of the fourth generation on the railways, and also access of 5G in the 700 megahertz and 4,300 megahertz. And as for the tenders, for the mentioned, we are participating in tenders. And also we are planning to create transport corridors in order to cover the whole territory of Ukraine, and we are working on the line of program of self-connecting Euro facility. And as for the trust services, then we are making as much as we can in order to make this available, to make digital services available, and we have the plan of implementation of such kind of services, concluding a certain agreement, and a similar agreement was not concluded by the EU with any other country. And we need a range of products that can be done from our legislation. And our legislation in the field of trust services, it will be done according to the European. And there is a really active work on preparation to the second reading, and we are also trying to check the digital signatures in the EU. On the final stage, there is the network of digital identification of ELIDAS according to specifications of the EU, and that will allow Ukrainians to use digital services. Actually, it's a really long process, but this week the government adopted the resolution on experimental project, which will allow, before this trust agreement, to resolve the interaction in the sphere of this kind of services. It means that in the EU they will recognize Ukrainians as improved ones, and we are recognizing EU, and so we will work on the personal data, and this will improve further documents between Ukraine and other countries. All these directions of our work are planned to work before the agreement on association. But if we are talking about these moments, so The list of these acts was defined together with that commission. These are acts about the safety of a network and information system, open data, personal data, joining Ukraine to the program of the EU in digitalization, also the network and information safety, payment services, protection of kids and the internet, use of mobile things and other issues. In general, it's more than 100 tasks for implementation of approximately 70 acts. EU and most tasks, it's end of 2023 in order to be able, in comparison with the economics of that, we are planning to create the TASI in Ukraine, TASI network, and this measures the digital progress of the country in 4 fields: access to internet, it's trade, it's access to digital services and digital literacy of the population. These 4 directions, they are following the compass and also the Ministry of Digital Transformation. And now together with this, we developed the basics for institution system and the data collection that are relevant for that. And moreover, now we are moving towards during the EU initiative roaming just like at home. And we just signed a joint application for Ukrainians, but we are working so that the roaming policy in Ukraine and EU will be there on all the time. And we are determining steps and deadline for this process, and this will last again the amendments to the Agreement on Association in part in 17.3 Annex. So we are actively working on the integration process, and to this process are involved more than 20 state bodies, and this synergy is necessary and will help us to get the digital visa free connection. Thank you very much, Ms. Olha, for your speech, and I will have a lot of questions to you, but now we have to give the floor to Mr. Serhiy. Can you already present? Yeah, hi, I'm glad to hear you. I am sorry, colleagues, for my technical difficulties yesterday and today. They are repeating, unfortunately, but thanks to being together, we will win with we will have electricity and connection, and we'll have no problems. Hello, dear participants of the forum. I would like to speak about the following thing. Ukraine developed and transferred to the European Union strategy of integration to the EU together with a plan of actions for this integration, as it was provisioned by the article on association between Ukraine and the EU from the other side, and their members, country members from the other side, and it was ratified by 1668 from 2014, and later on we will talk about that as agreement about association. So since November 21st, there was a roadmap created, and it includes a few directions for integration, which includes the association between Ukraine and the EU countries. In particular, that is communication, that is digital services, digital identification, active regulation of these spheres further on, and also involving cybersecurity and the proper level of protection of written data, which is really important, and some of them we have already in line. And according to all these moments, Ukraine has to ensure to each participant equal opportunities of access to knowledge that are provided in information communication technologies. Digitalization is aimed at creating benefits in different spheres of life. That is the access to different kind of services, financial, administrative, medical, and others. And introduction of this has to be done on the platform, and we are increasing productivity in using all of these technologies. And digitalization of Ukraine has to promote use of great environment and creative market, and also It has to be in the regional cooperation, local cooperation of our state with the EU. So I think that this is the way to European Union, and it was obvious for everyone. And also Ukraine has to join European World Market of E-commerce and different activities, and it has to deepen cooperation on different levels. And digitalization has to help Ukraine to work with digital and global systems and integration to EU markets of key priorities on the way to ensuring the strategic course of the state and also membership of Ukraine in the EU. During the in Verkhovna Rada, there is a really active work that is done. In particular, first, it's informing the sphere of digital communication. On 16th of December 2020, Verkhovna Rada adopted the law on state communications with the requirements that are there on a timely manner, and also creating the conditions for free exchange and free communications. And also we are talking about legislation in the field of communications and provision all over the territory of Ukraine, qualitative services for end users. Also on 16th of July 2020, there was adopted a law on National Commission, which is conducting the control on radio spectrum, and also gives legislative ground for the resolution of doubtful issues and also provision of services of connection. Also, it was conducted, a huge work was done for the virtual assets and the development of such markets in Ukraine and in the world. It follows the creation of new, that is in non-material form. They are announcing that, and they are formulating in the law of Ukraine on assets from the 8th of September regulates the relationship that is in use of virtual assets in Ukraine, and also the grounds of that kind of policy. And currently our committee is working on taxation, which will allow to make it so that the virtual assets, the law on virtual assets, will come in action. Our committee is also working on such thing as 15th July. There was a law of Ukraine adopted, and that is on formation of digital economy in Ukraine during the nearest times, and to create more highly technical products that will help the growth of our VAT. And this law was aimed in particular at creation of the environment that stimulates development of digital economy and with high quality. And also, like Mikhail Fedorov was one of the initiators of such a project, Ministry of Digital Transformation. We know that a lot of companies already involved to this activity. If not for the war, even more companies would have participated in all of that. As for the cybersecurity, this topic requires a special attention, and Russian Federation is making hybrid attacks to us, including usage of sniper attacks, and also they are trying to get access to information contained in the digital networks. And also all over the world, even in spite of war, even in the regions where there is no war, the number of cyber attacks is growing, and they are involving into the citizens' life and in business sphere and many others. Since 2018, Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine a citizen of the state and general interest in cyberspace. Now Ukraine is actively introducing different services and builds a digital society, so it's incredibly important to ensure cyber security for the critical infrastructure and their cooperation with the EU and NATO, and also the information about cyber attacks, sanctions that are provided. And therefore, in our committee nowadays, we are working with improvement of national legislation in the sphere of cyber security. This is a really important direction as of now. So strategic documents in the field of national security, we are talking about development of all of that and also how the society is reacting to cyber threats. And our committee supports creation of the critical infrastructure, which is based on responsibility among the partners and also construction of that system, cybersecurity. Yeah, we hope for governmental support of legislative initiatives that will be aimed at implementation of these strategic priorities of the state. Working groups at the committee, they prepared the draft law on this kind of structure, 2219 registration number in 2021. This law is going to regulate the legal relationship related to protection of critical infrastructure, and this law is, of course, an inevitable part of legislation of Ukraine. And on 18th of October 2022, that is recently, also there were draft law on amending some laws of Ukraine in the sphere of protection of critical infrastructure of Ukraine. And for 12 months after consultation, the authorized body and production of the critical infrastructure, they are using this, and state special services, they were conducting that earlier on, and this service, they might complete these functions, and they have the legislative base for that. And what is going to be adopted by Verkhovna Rada, the law on amendment of some laws of Ukraine, that and agreements concluded with the European Union on provision of services and legislation of the EU by digital tools 6173 registration numbers. It was adopted in the first reading in 2022 in May. And just as you mentioned, that I'm hurrying a bit just because right after this forum, I has to be on the meeting of our committee, and there we are going to consider including this draft law 6173, and we are going to make it ready for further voting. So maybe it will be adopted in the second reading, and I truly hope that it might happen even this year. And I think that this is very, very important, in particular because we received a status of the candidate to membership in the EU, and we want to make all the necessary steps as soon as possible in order to join the European Union, and we can define it in many things. So adoption of this draft law will speed up the participation in the EU, and also it will make us closer to their requirements. And the peculiarity of this draft law is that we are offering the mutual acknowledgement of digital services, and also the Ukraine is qualified, and a qualified digital signature that is qualified by the qualified producers in the European Union, and also the list of the members. We are really moving fast from the point of view of standards in the EU, and as a result of this first phase of implementation on the agreement with the EU, European Commission supported the update 17.73. Everything that is used in different legal acts, but Internet requires fast preparation of projects in the sphere of digital economy and introduction of all these moments, and therefore the Ministry of Transformation is working all the time on active legislation and is implementing. I have this meeting in 4 or 5 minutes. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for invitation. Thanks to everybody who presented, and I truly hope that in cooperation we will be able to look for optimal solutions and improve our legislation to be perfect and promote our joining the European Union. Thank you very much. I understand that you already have to hurry up. I have a lot of questions both to you and to Ms. Olha, and I will prepare the questions next week already. I will either send those or maybe even we will be able to meet in person.
Як ми буде дуже
How,
ще раз дякую за вашу участь.
thank you one more time for your
Як вам
participation.
буде зручніше? В мене питання
So what will be better for you, Ms. Lilia? I have questions about Digital Market Act, Digital Service Act. As far as I understand, Mr. He didn't mention those, and they are not, of course, mentioned in our publication. Do we have official translation of these documents? Do we have assessment of impact of those documents that are adopted already by European Union for the Ukrainian market? And are there already some things done how Ukraine should move in terms of implementation of these acts? I offer to Ms. Olha and Ms. Lily maybe to discuss that between yourself, because probably those are going to be different points of view. What would be more convenient? Maybe Ms. Olha will answer my question, or there will be Ms. Lilia who starts. Hello, dear participants. I need 3 or 5 more minutes in order to get to the place where I can get the normal connection. So if possible, Ms. Olha will just take the floor, and meanwhile, I will come to my home. Thank you very much, Ms. Olha, for your wonderful presentation. I understood a lot of things, and there is still a lot of questions that are remaining. I asked already 2 of them. If possible, please do comment. Sure, I have some problems with my camera. I can't turn it on. But as for DSA-DMA, I mentioned briefly in my speech that the Ministry of Digitalization started the preliminary analysis how we can consider these facts. Indeed, they are not our obligations, because actually the European Union itself just begins to work on those. In particular, the Act on Services entered into force only on 16th of November, if I'm not mistaken, so that European Union just begins all this work. And for example, setting the coordinators of these kind of services that are going to be key coordinators in this process has to take place in the European Union till February 2023. So the whole European Union is going to work on their system. We are analyzing these 2 acts, and now we faced the issue like how to determine this digital coordinator in Ukraine. We applied during the committee and association in our to the European side. We asked for a consultation from their side. Maybe they have some kind of a vision how it might work, and we agreed on such a cooperation. But as of today, we didn't receive any instructions, because to the questions of coordinator of the digital services, there have to be like this body has to consider different things. It's the issue of the anti-monopoly committee, and also the tele-radio broadcasting, and many bodies. So there's a question whether it has to be a synergy, or it has to be like the new body has to be created. So all of that is processed in consideration, not only in Ukraine but also in the European Union, and we are expecting how it's going to be commented from the European Union, and then we are implementing their practice at our place. As for the translation, like at least the ministry doesn't have the translation yet. We will come to different projects, and one of the projects promised to help us with the translation. Now we have only the technical translation, but of course we need to have more professional translation in order for us to be able to analyze these 2 acts in proper manner. And we are planning to include those acts to roadmap of integration to the unified digital market. This process will become simpler because we are updating that, as we agreed preliminarily with the European side that the roadmap is a live tool that we can amend and correct, because the right of the European Union is really dynamic. And if we are talking about amendments to the annex, the process is a bit more complicated, so we are going to talk about that. And DSA-DMA, we are in the process, but now there is no clear picture of implementation of these regulations. We are working on that.
Пані Ольго, дуже дякую. От
Thank you very
зараз
much, Ms.
Лілія
Olha. And
добіжиться
now
до
Lilia
більш
will
стабільного
come
інтернет-зв'язку.
to a more stable
Тим не менш,
internet
я хочу
connection.
розказати, що
Nevertheless,
саме
I would
Лілія
like to
Олексюк
mention that
була
Lilia
автором
Oleksiuk
перекладу,
was the
який вже
author of
став
the
офіційним
translation that
перекладом
became already the
Європейського
official
кодексу
translation of the
електронних
European
комунікацій,
Code of
на підставі
Digital
якого
Communications,
і був
based on
розроблений
which
український
was
закон про
developed actually
електронні
Ukrainian law
комунікації.
on digital
І була
communications.
створена робоча
And
група при комітеті Верховної Ради в складі
there
близько
was
100
a
членів,
working group
яка
within the
працювала
Verkhovna
декілька
Rada,
місяців,
and
і
it's been working
врешті-решт
for a
ми
few months,
таки
and at the end,
зробили
finally, we
оцей
developed this
законопроект, який
draft
був
law,
таки врешті-решт
which
ухвалений.
was
Тому
adopted
я буду
finally.
дуже
So
сподіватися,
I
що
will
ви
truly
також
hope
скористаєтеся
that you
нашою
will also
допомогою
use
і
our
моєю
help
особистою.
and my
Я
personal
керувала
help.
цим проєктом.
I've been head of the
Лілію.
project
Лілю
and
все
leaders
ще не
also.
бачу.
I still
Тоді
don't
я
see
ще
Lilia, so
запитаю про
probably I will
GDPR.
ask about
Я знаю, що
GDPR.
саме Ліля
But I
очолювала
know that
робочу групу,
Lilia
яка
was the
мала
head of the
розробити
working group who
український
had to develop
аналог
Ukrainian
GDPR. Що там
analog of
зараз
GDPR,
відбувається?
what is
Можливо, це вже
happening
буде
there,
до неї
and
питання,
maybe
а
that will
можливо,
be the
ви щось
question to her,
зможете
and maybe you
прокоментувати.
can comment
І щоб
something
два рази не
also.
ставати,
So,
про
like,
кібербезпеку мене також дуже
cyber
цікавить, що
security
там
is also
відбувається.
very interesting
Дякую.
to me, what's happening there. Thank you.
Пані Ольго.
Ms. Olha?
Так, я думала, що питання все ж таки до Лілії адресоване.
I thought that it's a question to Lilia. As for personal data, our profile and directorate is involved to analysis of draft laws. But of course, we are not developers, so we can just analyze. As of now, as far as I understand, there is also the
який буде так званим регулятором персональних даних. І, до речі,
issue raised about the body who's going to be the regulator, and this political regulator on personal data might also be in the system of these bodies that are going to be responsible for DSA-DMA. That is, everything is in the process. And as for the cyber thing, so Ukraine founded the cyber dialogue Ukraine EU, and still this issue is more done by State Special Connection Service.
Я дуже перепрошую, в нас
I'm really
технічна
sorry,
проблема.
we have a technical
Один спікер не
problem.
може
One
потрапити
speaker
до
can't
нашого
come
приміщення.
to
На
our
2 хвилиночки, пані Ольго, я дуже... Пані
place.
Лілія, ви вже тут?
Miss Lilia, are you here?
Лілія?
Lilia?
Лілія? Постукайте.
Just knock.
Так, зараз хвилиночку,
Okay,
зараз
just
ще
a
одного
minute. Just a
спікера
minute.
долучимо.
Oh, we will
Хвилиночку,
involve one
перепрошую.
more speaker. Just a minute, I'm sorry for technical difficulties.
Ви тут?
Ms.
Можете
Lilia, are you here
підключитися?
with us? Were you able to join?
Ліля.
Lilia? Yes. Yes, hello.
Я вже розказала
I already
про
mentioned about the translation of the code of digital communication, about the working group and the draft laws.
робочу групу.
And I ask you also about the working group about GDPR and cyber safety, security. So one more question. Salha mentioned just perfectly about DSA, DMA, and I'm also really interested about how all of that is interconnected with the draft law on media. So is that like in touch, and we discussed the translations and the problems that we faced back then. Its absence of terminology base, which will be unified for all the draft laws in this sphere. Hi everyone. I am so sorry for problems because the connection is really problematic even in the city. So answering Oksana's question and commenting what the previous speakers mentioned, Ms. Olha, Mr. Serhiy, the situation is as follows. In the European Union currently, there are like 20 normative and legal acts of the European level, that is, those are regulations or acts that will regulate the field of digital economy, including those Oksana mentioned already, that is the Digital Market, Digital Service Act, and that's going to be the new regulation for virtual assets. It is called MiCA in brief, and the new document concerning identification of parties of digital commerce, and many new legislative acts that are strengthening safety of the European Union, especially in parts of cyber security and data protection. And thus, European Union is making everything possible in order to like for the rules for e-commerce, digital services and others would be equal for the whole European Union. Currently, for example, like still the blocking of goods and services, that is selling of goods, is related to the place of their production and where the taxes are paid, and not to the place where they are sold. So, and thus, European Union will try to take into account all these moments that appeared when joining to the unified digital thing. It started not today, not even yesterday, and it's happening more than 10 years already. And this like digital market strategy, it appeared long time ago, as was mentioned earlier, then we signed the agreement with the European Union. And of course, the European Union is moving like step by step, and the first acts that were there for implementation of this strategy, they are living through the second review and the third iteration. And of course, this implementation for them is understandable, and indeed they are measuring their movement on digital market annually using index that Ms. Olha mentioned about, and thus they do understand where they have difficulties, problems, where they have significant progress. Is there any progress with application of the main digital market? It's building infrastructure, and building the infrastructure depends not only the 5G technologies that gave the opportunity to use this kind of internet, which is part of the market, but it's cybersecurity that has to move in line with all the services at the same time. And personal data protection, as we used to call it, even though that in the EU it is called differently, and they, let us say so, they are called like privacy protection. This term indeed is applied in different contexts, and I I will agree with Ms. Oksana that indeed we need the unified terminology vocabulary, because when implementing European acts, all the time we are facing the issue that we don't have the corresponding thing that doesn't let to understand, like we can't understand the terms if they are not unified. And like the code of digital communications, when it was translated, indeed we participated to the translation of this with Ms. Oksana, and we spent a lot of time for cooperation and interaction with all the stakeholders, private and state, in order to unify this base of terminology, at least for digital communications. Why is it important? Because other laws that are going to be developed to fulfill these acts for implementation and joining the unified digital market of the EU will rely on these terms without repeating those. And this work is incredibly important. And here a lot of things will depend on the committee on digital transformation, committee on national safety and defense. And in terms of defense as well, that is a legal committee that is going to spend a lot of time that act, and also like different committees. And what also Oksana mentioned, the committee together with the digital transformation, the committee on humanitarian policy, that is causing a lot of questions among the stakeholders, among Ukrainian colleagues, because, for example, there exists the media market, and maybe I will say a bit bad thing, but in Ukrainian tradition the reform begins always really with a huge power, and it ends up, so let us do the reform in such a manner not to do anything. And of course, when we are talking about digital market, then interests of all the participants are touched, and the only digital market, it's the moment that, let us say so, that point where you can come back from implementation of which will depend in general our introduction, our entering to the European Union, because half of the acts that we have to implement, it's sticking to digital rights, is getting the right to have privacy of private life and freedom, access to information. These are key basic things without which the European Union doesn't see us at all. Why? Because for them it's not just simply world. These are fundamental things, and all digital and usual services and usual life are based on. So for us, the main task will be to implement GDPR. That is the main document in the field of protection of privacy and protection of confidentiality of data. The main will be implementation of the directive in the second edition, because it was included into the Annex 17.3, and we took obligation to ensure confidentiality in digital communications. And unfortunately, they were excluded in the development of in the drafting the laws. I want you to hear me, because some providers, some operators disagree with that, and they thought that it's too early, and they thought that maybe we will do that one day. But we see how important it is as of today to have this safety and this protection of privacy, because the personal data that were free, it led to that the people in occupied territory, they knew where they are going to look for people who were involved in anti-terroristic operation or who were serving in the armed forces. They knew where to look for those, and it was also because that there were some data outflows from some kind of public services or public systems. terms. I can't say that for sure. Only experts can speak about that. I'm not the expert in the field of cybersecurity. I'm the expert in legislation because I'm the lawyer. In my education, I can just speak from my side about that. As for your question, Oksana, about Digital Service and Digital Market Acts, our NGO always, just like usual, takes all the obligations on ourselves. We are going to translate those. We are going to try discuss these translations, and just the same way we were taking obligations and we were translating different documents before, including regulation on identification and digital services, a new edition which is just discussed in the European Union, and it hasn't been adopted yet. And thanks to our friends from Lithuania, our helpers, colleagues, partners who help and who are included to the working group on development of this new legislation, we had access to this document while it was editing, and it was a draft, but we already translated that in the law Mr. Serhiy mentioned. At first, the Ministry of Digital Transformation had quite a big number of time spent on this draft because it's basic and it's infrastructure for all other acts and services because it determines the main things, that is identification of the person in digital world.
And the committee, after the digital ministry, finished the work after they coordinated it on the government level. Of course, a lot of time was needed to adapt the project. Why did we need so much time? This is not a question to the digital ministry. The draft was developed for more than a year, and the European Union was updating its norms. So we had to take into account the new norms of the EU. Our Vice Prime Minister, Mr. Fedorov, also agreed to participate in the IT wallet project, or electronic identification as it is called. That's why we were translating the second revision of EIDAS, the European Regulation of Electronic Identification, in order to take what is necessary for Ukraine to implement this norm right now. In order we should not be lagging, so that we shouldn't be lagging behind the European Union, but we should go alongside the European Union, just as we had agreed together with the Ministry of Digital Transformation to act at the same time. Of course, if we use our usual way, if we just sit and wait, we are not going to access the digital market anyway, because we will always be lagging behind for 2 to 5 years. This is the average lag of Ukraine in any sphere. From data protection, because GDPR has been implemented since the year 2018, it has recommended itself, it has been implemented by most of the countries in the world, Australia, New Zealand, the Great Britain, and partially the USA. In the California Act of Data Protection, it is also implementing GDPR. Even China, which is infamous for their nuances on data protection and information protection and other points in terms of human rights, even China developed data protection legislation, which is better than GDPR. I hope it will help Chinese residents to get free of constant care of the government. I'm not sure whether our audience knows that China has ratings. The ratings determine whether people can use different services. So if you have a bad rating, if you recommend yourself, if you show yourself as a bad user, about half of the services in the country can be closed for you. Well, this is how it looks like. In several years, you will not be even able to buy a loaf of bread without a social rating in China. As for our realities, as of out-of-staff counselor, As an expert that helped the digital ministry, my mission is more than difficult because I have reconciled everybody to help the things move on, because they don't have the same understanding. The committee doesn't always understand the Ministry of Digital Transformation. This is okay, this is normal situation. This is how the things go. Different agencies have different visions and tasks. The digital ministry is responsible for implementing the policy. The parliamentary committee has to find legal basis to implement the policy. Of course, they may have the discussions between themselves, but this is how democracy works. This is the correct way to go. And this is the way of Ukraine. I like it very much. Therefore, this is what I wanted to say. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer, but I would like to once again express my respect to Miss Olga, to Mr. Sergei, because they do everything they can today in our situation, and they have to face the realities that we have. For example, when we don't have electricity for a day or two, but they are doing everything to move us towards European Union, not digitally, but in real life as well. And I hope that we are going to enter the EU together. Alina, thanks a lot. I will surely include your words that it's necessary to grant, to ensure the level of cybersecurity and ensure the privacy. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Volodymyr. I hope that he is going to tell us about our Ukrainian achievements, where I hope where we have the best achievement when we are talking about recognition of digital signatures. I would like to say a few words about who I am and what we do. As of today, I'm the head of the Institute of Technologies of Cybersecurity and Information Protection of the government. So we have this component. This is a government institution, non-profit institution. Our task is to ensure the security and safety of different types of special communications. We have resources and possibilities to also work in the civilian sphere. Our institute, well, we have an accredited laboratory. It has been accredited according to the ISO standards 17025. So we have created and we are ready to do the accreditation audit for certification bodies. In this context, we are creating a certification body of trustee services. So what did we do? As of today, we have already prepared with our European partners, we have prepared 4 auditors. In order for these auditors to be able to work, in order to evaluate the trustee services, they need about 20 days, and they need to conduct at least 4 audits monitored by 4 leading auditors. This is difficult because European companies that have to be audited, they don't want Ukrainian practitioners to be involved into their kitchen, internal kitchen. I don't know why, because in Germany and in Czechia, we were not able to get involved in the project in order to get some experience. Today we have completed the participation in the audit in Vietnam, so this was one case when we were able to get some experience. In the nearest time, we will have another audit, compliance audit, together with our European partners in one of the Eurasian countries. So then we need to conduct 2 common joint audits, and after 4 audits, we will be able to work by ourselves without supervision. Also, we are getting prepared to expand the sphere of operations of our laboratory to the standard 15408. So this is the standard used by all the countries of the Treaty on Mutual Recognitions, which is known as common criteria. Of course, this process will take more time. The main thing is that we need to have the equipment is very difficult, is very expensive. We have 90% of those pieces of equipment. We are almost ready, but in order to get prepared for accreditation, we need a lot of time, a lot of efforts. And of course, the war is not helping in this. What else I wanted to say, as for some interesting things that I have noticed. Recently, I participated in the work of a conference on trustee services in Europe, in Berlin. And I was interested in two reports. So, half of the reports, one of the representatives, ENISA, this is a European body responsible for cybersecurity. They dedicated their report to Ukraine and what steps Ukraine can make to get nearer to the mutual recognition treaty. And also another point is e-wallet. So these are the services provided by DIA in Ukraine. So if you are interested in this topic, you may know that in the new version of the regulation on the trustee service, they say that their European wallet has to correspond to the requirements of the highest level of security. There was a very lively discussion on the conference who say that the level of security is going to narrow down the market, that it will be impossible for everybody to use the services. So they say that we need the medium level of security to make it more accessible. So this question is still open for discussion. So the efforts, the work of our Ministry of Digital Transformation has the right to existence. So maybe it will be included in Europe. Well, sometimes they require more expensive chips and technologies. Of course, expensive technologies are more secure, but this is also a level of accessibility. I'm ready to answer the questions if you have, or I can participate in the discussion. Thanks a lot, Mr. Volodymyr. I have a question. So, when European signatures are going to be recognized in Ukraine? When will I be able to get European level of services in Ukraine? Well, this is the same way. When Europe recognizes Ukrainian signatures, Ukraine is going to recognize European ones. This is a legal question. This is not a technical point. The country needs to sign an agreement or a treaty. In order to sign an agreement, a lot of things have to be done. Mere statements or mere words, they are not worth a lot. Well, of course, it's good for awareness raising anyway. But there has to be a treaty between Ukraine and the EU on mutual recognition. So, the EU regulation on trustee services, it provides for this opportunity. As for the mere identification, the EU documents do not allow accession of third parties, so maybe we can do it using the trustee services. I'm going to comment, if I may. Yesterday we published a government decree. So we unilaterally recognize signatures of the European Union as a pilot project for 2 months, and I hope that the Ministry of Digital Transformation will make some conclusions after this experiment, after this pilot project, and we will see this. I can say that Digital Ministry is not very good at publishing the results of their pilot projects, of their pilot decrees. So we would like you to be more public about what was successful and what wasn't successful. Of course, from the technical point of view, didn't have any problems, and the pilot decree will show the same thing. So there are no problems from the technical point of view, but from the legal point of view, we have an enormous gap. We don't have the necessary level of cybersecurity. We don't have the necessary legal framework to protect the confidentiality. So we need to do a lot of work in the legal framework in order to hope for mutual recognition of trust services. Because this definition, the term, it has something to do with the trust. But you can trust the things that are protected and that have been verified. So Volodymyr was talking about digital wallet and identity. So DIA was recognized as one of the options to identify our citizens by a document of the European Commission, by the regulation of the European Commission. Of course, it's possible to do it without a regulation as well, to determine the implementation mechanism. So as for the trust services, we need to have a treaty, we need to ratify a treaty, we need to start preparation of the text of the treaty. As for the electronic identification, of course, the Digital Ministry will take a lot of efforts to show the European Commission that we are capable of doing this in another way, just as recognition of DIA certificates. So we already have precedents when electronic document of the DIA app were recognized in Europe. So Ukraine has a window of opportunities today. It is still open, and what we do depends on us. However, if we ignore the European documents, if we ignore the legal requirements of the EU, we will not be able to hope for a full-fledged membership in the EU, because we have the fundamental principle of the rule of law, and because of this, we have not only to read the documents, but we need to be able to implement the documents in a correct way. Thank you. We took some more time than necessary, but I have a personal question. So, if I get a European signature in 2 months, will it be cancelled in 2 months if I have a European signature? This is just for you to think later. I don't need an answer right now. We are going to continue our discussion later. Thanks to the participants, thanks to the Adamant, thanks to the interpreters and technical team. I will send the conclusions and findings of these sections later today, and by the end of the day, we will need to make some conclusions from all sections. Thanks a lot to everybody, and I hope to continue this discussion later. Thanks a lot and goodbye.
Колеги,
Dear colleagues,
перепрошую за
I'm really sorry for a short delay. Now we begin the section I mentioned already. This is the section about the formation of Ukrainian internet community. We have something to say in this regard, and I guess, okay, Svetlana, what do you think if you begin with your speech about ICANN, and then we will switch to the discussions, and I will talk a bit again about the RIPE community. I will, let us say so, I will say how do I see it from my side as a worker of RIPE NCC, and then Victoria will add to what she mentioned, how she saw that from her side, and what opportunities she sees right now for our community, what do we have to do, and everything regarding this issue. So now I will give the floor to Svetlana. Well, and she herself will talk to you.
Добрий день.
Hello.
Рада бачити.
I'm really glad to see everyone who is the other part of the screen. My name is Svetlana Tkachenko. I will tell a bit about my work in ICANN company. ICANN is working on unique identifiers that includes domain names, IP addresses, and autonomous systems. That's a really huge organization. It has got a lot of working groups where you can use your desire to work, to see how it works, and the possibility to just express yourself and cooperate with representatives of other countries. Most part of my work in ICANN I am spending in the organization which is called CICINA. So this is an organization who is using the domains of different countries. And at the beginning, I would say it was quite unusual to do this because there's a wide organization, many people, different interests, different backgrounds. And if there are any issues and problems, then in my opinion, it's like for a really long time, they are getting ready, they're writing the rules, how it should look like, what documents do they need to submit, how the decisions will be made. That is quite long work, but it turns out that all of that is not in vain. Like at the beginning, we have to agree, like how do we work, what do we do, and then we include that to the documents, and we start working. Usually, this work is done online, like once per 3 weeks in different time zones. Why? Because people, like for somebody it's morning, for somebody it's evening, for somebody it's not, so not to prefer one time zone. Working groups are taking place in different times. Sometimes it's really late at night, sometimes it's just the usual time. And from the latest working groups, it's the policy on how the countries that changed their names, or the countries that disappeared from the economic map, they also have their domain country code. And what's happening actually with this? So there's some business which is working. How do we take these domains out of general use? What has to be done? What steps have to be done in order to make it taking into account all the sides and to make it as comfortable for users as possible. So actually on this problem we've been working for 2 years and a half, and it seems from one side that it's always really simple, but if we look at the cases that were there and that happened in different times and that were not really it turned out that there is a range of moments that need to be processed with experts, with technical specialists, with lawyers, of course, for sure, with colleagues from different countries, and thus, for 2.5 years, this policy had been forming, and next stage, after the draft was made, right? The draft of that policy. There's like the public discussion because maybe the experts they didn't take something into account, and therefore, in order it's submitted for discussion of the whole internet community. There is some determined time when you have to do that, and after that, we are getting some offers, some proposals. Maybe some editing is done. So actually, this approach is example of work of one of the working groups, and this is also used for almost all working groups that are there in ICANN, and they have a lot of this because they have quite a lot of different activities, including for the domains of general use, such like ComNet.org and others. Especially many questions with a new round of generating of domain names. It turns out that there are underwater stones of that like personal data different in different countries, taking into account this policy. So thus the working group is formed and some certain issues are decided. So it's not like you have to be participant of this very domain or you have to be well-known expert in this sphere, but you can just submit your offers and be in that working group, work with all other colleagues, and also give your knowledge, your experience in such a manner. So unfortunately, as far as I know, Ukrainian community is not really presented in these groups. Maybe it's not interesting. Maybe these are new domains. This is something far and something that we cannot get. But as ICANN shows that at first it's something big, it is processed like quite attentively and for a long time, but then it becomes the policy that is used for all the participants. That is, you don't have to wait for this policy to come from somewhere and then criticize it. But we have to be involved at the beginning of this development and then just look into details, use some kind of mathematic models and so on and so forth. That's one side in ICANN work. So it can be really seen because most people know ICANN forums, big conferences, and the results of working groups, they are discussed at these working forums. And usually, at least like before the COVID era, there are lots of people who are involved into that, and they're conducted for like a week or other time, because there's a lot of organizations who are working in policy and they are in touch with ICANN, and we had to pay attention to all of those. We had to have some time for discussion with them. So actually, yeah. So such forums are once per 3 years done. Now they are more offline. So you can common person with no problems, and we have like online, we have offline. That is, you can go to the place where the conference is held. Honestly speaking, it's not really good for us because the conference is done in different countries and different continents. So it might be really far, and the road might take too much. It might be really difficult. So just to spend this time, like we have to have higher motivation for that. But I can help with that, and they have fellowship program. You can apply, and actually they are organizing this travel to the other country and the opportunity to participate in working groups, to get involved to policy making, to development of documents. Probably that's it from my side about work of the community. I can see everything is mentioned on the website, all the forums, all of that is mentioned online. It's the open audience. There's nothing that will be on your way. That's it, Alexei. Take a bit different organization from the other side.
Дуже дякую.
Thank you very much.
Зараз ми перейдемо до RIPE-NCC.
Now we are switching to RIPE-NCC.
RIPE-NCC у нас буде.
We will have RIPE-NCC, and I think that if,
А коли буде?
not if, but when you're going actually to listen to what we will speak about, you will find out that there's quite a lot of things will be there that were mentioned earlier. And they are quite similar. So we have different organizations, different, like, again, much more in number and complicated structure. But in spite of all of this, the principles that we are using are really similar. And now I will tell you how it works, like at RIPE-NCC and in the community, RIPE community. First of all, I would remind you that this is the name of the community. These are not RIPE workers. These are actually people who are working in the community. And they are kind of cloud. It's not something officially formulated. It's something that has state registration. The community doesn't have the bank account. I won't speak for all the communities, but we don't have these attributes in RIPE, but it exists and it works. It works as 12 working groups. Each group has their zone of responsibility. They are discussing some issues in this responsibility zone. It might be, for example, the address policy working group, how to get the addresses, how to check what has to be checked, how do we do this, how can we just get back these addresses, how do we distribute those, how do we transfer that among the market participants? That is all these questions. And also there is another working group which is like database work. And they are discussing how do we record the database and the information, and what resources were given. What is the structure of this? What has to be there? What shouldn't be there at all? Or it might be this working group which is discussing issues like if there are some crimes using IT, ID addresses. How do we react to this?
Мають бути процедури у цьому разі.
What kind of procedure should we have in this case?
Таких робочих груп, як це є,
And such working groups, there are 12 of those, quite a lot.
зустрічаються
They are meeting
на
offline
заходах
at the events that are called right meeting.
сьогодні.
And
Вікторія вже
today, Victoria already mentioned a bit about our last meeting that was in
мітинги відбуваються
Volgograd. And right meetings are taking place twice per year. But in between these events, the working groups don't stop their work. And the main work is
списки розсилки. І
the
дуже просто долучитися до
lists
цього списку
of
розсилки.
email sendings. And it's easy to get involved into that list, to get into this list, one of the 12.
Просто підписати.
You just need to sign up for it, and that's it.
Немає ніяких іспитів.
There are no exams, no checks, nothing.
Підписуєтесь,
You
підтверджуєте
are
свою
subscribing, you're confirming
Все,
your
ви починаєте
address, postal address, and you participate in work.
Ось так просто. Нічого складного.
As simple as that, nothing difficult.
Тут завжди
Well, here
з'являється питання.
always comes up a question. Okay, what if
Вийде багато ботів,
a lot of bots will come? What will you do? How you are going to get yourself protected from that?
дуже просто, тому що
Here everything is pretty simple because all solutions are, all decisions are made by a consensus. That is, it's not the majority of voices, it's a consensus.
у робочій групі є
The working group has
як це буде керівник,
that the head of working group who's chosen by the working group, and they are deciding, like, here's
є така точка
such kind of an issue. There's this point of view, there's that point of view. Is there any consensus? This is another point of view that's either like marginal or it's
якісь люди,
some people who are
обґрунтована точка зору. І якщо
who are somehow
перша точка зору
giving reasons for their point of view. And if we take the first point of view, they will have some problems. If it's
друга ситуація,
the different situation and there is no progress in discussion, that is,
обидві сторони стоять
both sides, they are standing there and they don't want to find a compromise, then the decision
це питання
isn't made. And this issue is postponed
до того моменту,
till the moment when
буде знайден якийсь компроміс,
there will be some compromise that will
собою знаменує консенсус.
mean the consensus.
Мати ці консенсус. І якщо
It is very important to have this consensus.
спільнота приймає якісь
If the
рішення,
community takes a decision about,
якісь ресурсів,
for example, some resources that are important for Ukraine, and Ukraine is not represented there, maybe it may happen that this decision may be taken
не дуже добре рішення, але
in
не було.
even if it's not good for Ukraine. But Ukraine was not represented there. Нема звуку. No sound. There is no sound, unfortunately.
2, 3. Так, тепер буде чути.
Так, перепрошую.
We are sorry for the technical difficulties.
Розумієте. Ну, я
Well,
знов повторю то, що
and again, I would like to repeat myself.
ось ви долучилися до роботи.
So, for example, you get involved in the working group.
В який момент там були проблеми зі світлом. Тобто
I don't remember exactly when the electricity problem started. So you get involved in the working group. You subscribe to the mailing list,
як я говорю, дуже просто.
which is very simple to do.
Іспитів здавати не треба.
You don't have to pass any examinations or tests, so
Просто долучитися.
how decisions are taken. If you just subscribe to the mailing list, it may happen. Well, what are you going to do if somebody, if there is a number of bots,
Рішення приймаються.
if bots come to you? So the decisions are taken according to the principle of consensus. Not the majority, but consensus. There has to be a common point of view. For example, if we have 2 points of view and one point of view is represented by bots or a marginal group, this is resolved by the chairperson who is getting together with the working group. Then you have a consensus. For example, you have one normal point of view and the second point of view, which is promoted obviously by some bot farm. So if there is 2 well-founded points of view, if the both points of view are well-founded,
Просовує правила, котрі
for example, the first point of view is suggesting some rules. Well, this may be a small group, but if those rules pose some problems or concerns for the second group, the decision will not be taken because of the lack of consensus.
вся спільнота вирішує прийняти щось.
For example, in Ukraine,
Українська спільнота не дуже добре.
if the community adopts a decision which is not very well for the Ukrainian community, and there is no representation of Ukraine, then this decision would be taken, would be adopted. However, it would have been sufficient to have 1 or 2 representatives for Ukraine who would say, no, boys and girls, this is not going to work because we are going to have certain problems. So if we have those voices of votes from Ukraine, if there is no consensus, then the group is going to look for a compromise, to work further, and the decision will not be taken. But if representatives from Ukraine are not there, it is possible that some of the decisions may not work very well for us.
І треба також пам'ятати, що
We also need to bear in mind that the decisions taken in the working groups, the working group will always be thinking about new rules. The working group are going to think how those rules are going to work in different countries, in other regions. For example, there are difficult situations in the northern Cyprus, in the Middle East. The situation is difficult there. So, in their regions, those rules have to be followed. So, if we adopt the rules, we need to know that they won't break anything, that the rules would be acceptable in those problematic regions as well. So, this is not a simple process. We need to have discussions. People always say that there has to be connections and communications everywhere. We have heard a presentation, we have heard some information about Kherson. So some of the operators decided to connect to Miranda, to the Russian telecom carriers, because this was required by the occupiers, because communications have to be always there
російський зв'язок
It's better to have Russian
ніякого.
carriers, communication carriers, than to stay without communications at all.
Тобто,
The same principles work in the RIPE working groups. I mean,
важливою такою темою.
we have to remember that this is going to be an important topic when we discuss some of our suggestions.
Чи це дуже цікаво? Ну,
Is it interesting? Frankly speaking, no, it's not.
не дуже цікаві.
Maybe most of the issues and points are not so interesting, especially for technical
Це
experts.
може бути, ну,
Well,
трохи таким. Вони, технарь може трохи
a technical person may find it dull and burdensome, but you don't need to dedicate a lot of time to participate. Sometimes it will take you 15 minutes, no more than 15 minutes per day to participate. For example, if we have active discussions. So it will not take a lot of time from you, and you need to do this, because Ukraine is moving towards Europe. If we are moving towards Europe, we have to work like they work in Europe. We have to get involved in those activities. We don't have to act like children. For example, we don't need to say, let them do something that we are going to like. This is not the words of an adult person. These are the words of a child. If we want to become part of the Europe, part of the EU, we need to participate in development of the rules that are used in Europe, and nobody is going to do this instead of us. I saw this a lot of times when somebody says, so let's do something for those guys, and the European community says, well, if this is important for those people, let them come here, let them offer. If they don't make any offers, this means that this is not important for them. So this is how it works. This is very important to understand this. I will make a small digression here before I give the microphone to Victoria. Well, Victoria is going to continue to talk about RIPE. She will tell you more about the Ukrainian community. She will be talking about the Ukrainian part of the internet community. I mean, we can see the same principle in the ITF community. ITF is also a kind of a cloud. This is not an organization. ITF is a community which is developing standards of internet. Well, they are creating RFCs according to which everything is working. RFCs are Internet Network Standards. Maybe this is more interesting compared to rules on resource distribution. The same principles. They have the same principles. They have a lot of great amount of working groups. They have a lot of technical work. They have a lot of discussions. They have everything, and nobody is representing Ukraine. The situation is the same. We need to participate. We need to get involved in their work in order to be a part of the civilized society. We need to do this. This is the same thing. I mean, this is not a problem of the RIPE community. Maybe this is the problem of the Ukrainian community, because Ukrainian community has to become a part of the big global community. I understand this is the situation of war. Maybe this is not so accessible, but we have to do it step by step. This is it for me, and I'm going to pass the microphone to Victoria,
зі сторони
Victoria
як це
will tell you
бачить.
about
Дякую.
the Ukrainian community and about their vision. Thank you.
Вітаю всіх, хто в онлайні.
Greetings to everybody who is present
Сьогодні ми
online.
вже поговорили багато про
Today we have
я
already
вже ділилася досвідом.
discussed a lot about RIPE community. I have already shared my experience about my fellowship program participation in the RIPE.
Оскільки ми вже обговорюємо питання
So,
формування
we are discussing
глобальних
community building within the global processes, and probably
мені здається, для того, щоб
it seems to me probably in order to build this community there has to be one very important factor. We need to be self-conscious. We need to understand that all the processes that are being built in the global sense,
якщо вони будуть формуватися без
if
вашої
they
участі,
are built without your participation, they will not take your interests into account. This is the most important thing. As Alexei has mentioned, some of the decisions of some of the communities that govern internet, they are taken into account without taking interests of
Я для
Ukraine.
прикладу приведу один маленький нюанс, наприклад, да, от
I
на
will
зустрічі
make a
RIPE
small
meeting
example.
піднялося
For example,
величезне
there was
і
a
дуже
RIPE
важливе
meeting
питання,
and they were
що
discussing a very
RIPE
important
NCC
issue
приймає
that
документи
RIPE
від
NCC
ЛНР і ДНР.
is accepting documents
Чи
from
важливо
the
це для України
Luhansk and
зараз?
Donetsk People's
Звичайно,
Republics. Is it important for
Питання.
Ukraine?
Чи
Yes, it is.
до цього часу Україна
the
писала
question is,
звернення в робочі групи, що
Did
так не
Ukraine
має бути?
make any?
Де ці
Did
звернення?
Ukraine state
На
make
чому
any statements,
залишились?
any
На
petitions
чому
to the working group
зупинилися? На
so
яких
that they shouldn't do
питаннях?
it? Where those
Чому,
petitions are? What were the solutions? What were the
українські
final
оператори
decisions?
не
Where did they stop?
ініціювали зупинку там,
Why Ukrainian operators did not initiate
тому
a
що,
cancellation
як
or
сьогодні пояснювала Олена Муравська, і
stoppage
як
of
насправді,
those documents?
RIPE
And
NCC
as
це
Olena Muravska
такий
said, and as it
секретаріат, фактично,
works in real life,
вирішує
RIPE
питання,
NCC
які
is a secretariat that is resolving questions initiated by the community.
бажає зробити
So if the community believes,
полісі або змінити якісь
if the
правила,
community wants to make some policies,
процедури передачі IP
if the communities needs to change some procedures of transfer and distribution of IP addresses, the community
стафу RIPE NCC
makes an application to the RIPE NCC staff,
відповідні,
and then
так, люди вирішують ці
relevant
питання.
people, relevant groups
Якщо немає
are
звернень,
resolving those
питання не
issues.
вирішується.
But if there are no applications or petitions, the issues will not be resolved, and nobody will know about the issues.
Скажімо так, в умовах тих
So,
правил,
if you don't want to wake up tomorrow and see the new rules,
скажімо так, процесах, яких ви не хочете,
if you don't
потрібно долучатися.
want to see some unwanted processes tomorrow, you need to get involved in the work. You need to understand that not only in Ukraine and globally, certain processes are going on that influence our future, influence our business, if we talk about the carriers and operators as private entities. As for the Ukrainian community, we have a lot of informal groups, a lot of formal groups. The informal communities are like Telecom Ukraine, UKOS, DEC, Team. These are the platforms for communication, platforms for discussions, where we can exchange and share our experiences and practices. So we are talking about generators, we are talking about work with Starlink, we share our practices day and night, whether we have electricity or not, where we can compete with each other, where we can become partners to each other, where we can build relations. But also we have certain formal organizations, like associations. One of the greatest professional associations is the Internet Association of Ukraine, which covers a lot of providers from the entire Ukraine. This is a very powerful platform for initiating or discussing any questions. If you don't have enough time, you can act through the association. If there is association of right owners and providers of content. Maybe today it is more focused on content, but right now the association includes those operators that provide not only content access services, but they also provide internet. They have their own internet networks. So if you don't have time to work in the working groups, in the task forces of different international organizations that influence different processes, future processes in Ukraine, because we need to understand that any resolution of such communities as ICANN, such as RIPE NCC, so decisions made by such organizations as RIPE NCC, it will have impact on us in the future, and we should not stay aside. Moreover, if today we stand on certain way, if we have shown the entire world that we are a civilized country, we are moving towards the civilized world, that we don't want to live like our neighbors who are exercising aggression against us, against our freedom, against our willingness to join the civilization. We should not be indifferent. We should not be passive. Another example, the law on access. As for the providers, as it was happening several years ago, we know that we have been informally discussing that we need a good adapted law on access, that the providers should have more rights and authorities. But when the law was adopted and discussed, only Katerina was the only one, and she just knocked you down. Because we were passive, and she was working with the deputies, with the members of parliament. She was lobbying the interests of the owners of apartments in multi-story buildings. So she lobbied their interests. So it's necessary not to be passive. Don't think that you are inferior. Don't think that nothing depends on us. Because we can make an impact, we can make a difference. The only thing we need is our will to move forward. We can always find ways to delegate our authorities. Today, I already mentioned some things. I have listed the association. For example, if you are an association member, if you pay membership fees, if you if you defend your interests in the international community, associations will be doing this as well. But they need to understand what you want, what the community wants. As of today, in general, I have things to compare. I used to be present on RIPE meetings of providers from different countries and Ukraine. I can say, well, maybe you are telecom cyborgs. I understand that your situation is very difficult. I can't say that we have to drop everything and participate in the international community, international organizations, and so on. We understand that we are experiencing very difficult times today, and nobody is going to run and to join the global processes. However, on the global scale, in the global processes, we need to understand the more we are integrated into the processes, the better other people and organizations understand ourselves, the easier to be to make decisions on a higher political level. Because communities who share the information to the professional communities on the international level, they are building the opinion about Ukraine. They are building the opinions of other citizens about Ukraine from other countries. Then those other citizens of other countries, they influence their leadership when they make decisions about Ukraine. This is a hidden factor, but we need to take it into account, as I think. So today, in this critical situation that we have now, we can see the support from the international community, we can see the support from different countries. And why? Because Ukrainian community, Ukrainians are actively talking about what is happening here. We are actively asking for help. They are making statements about who we are to the entire civilized world. And looking at expertise of other countries and Ukrainian telecom, I have to say that you are the geniuses of telecom, even if you don't understand this. And in the international working group, you have a lot more things to say on the international level. So, share your experience. Please influence the international processes before the international processes have an impact on you. So in general, we have clear industry leaders, we have role models for Ukrainian industry. Well, you can appoint people, you can nominate people to be your communicators, you can reach certain agreements through the associations as well. In fact, if you want to participate in the global processes, it's not always necessary for the entire community to get involved in the working groups. It is important to have strong background. It is important to have our internal community position, community stance, and we have to have several focal points who are going to show this position to others. So, if those focal points are not visible, then other people have to get involved to make our voices stronger. I wish everybody to be active and proactive, to be strong, and find a way out of this terrible situation, not only with victory, because we are the people who are changing the history, and we are the people who are changing the world. We can change it not in the geopolitical sense, but in a professional sense as well. I wish everybody inspiration, strength, belief, and victory.
Дуже дякую. Чудова доповідь.
Thanks a lot. This was
дуже сподобалося.
A great report, great presentation.
До цього питання.
I like Victoria's approach to this issue.
Ситуація з ОСББ.
I like her example and the situation with the associations of apartment owners.
Щось таке, і там українські
when we have international organizations and so on, and Ukrainian community and association of apartment owners. Well, this is the same issue from different points of view. So yes, we have a lot of things to work on. The process has started, and this is very good. I hope that we will be able to see a good progress in the nearest time. And now I would like to finish this section. We have a very short break, and then we are going to move to the next section, the last one for today. We will have the last section, and after that we will have conclusions. We will make conclusions of our 2 days work. So thanks a lot. And now we are going to have a small break.
Надя, вітання. Так, тобто...
Greetings.
Ми зараз...
Мене чути, я так
Так,
чудово.
Yes,
Наскільки я
great.
розумію...
Доброго дня. Good
Так,
day.
вітання. Ми ще не записуємо, ми ще не починаємо.
So far we are not
Я тоді дам команду, добре?
This is
Тому
not
що,
the
наскільки я
beginning.
розумію,
I will tell you when to begin, because as far as I understand,
через
we have two
включення
participants.
електроенергії, мабуть, їх немає.
Probably we are missing
Тому,
two
Надя, у нас буде
participants,
така, я думаю,
important
затишна розмова
reporting
разом з
participants
тобою,
because of
скоріше,
the
так?
blackouts. Probably, Nadia, we will have this conversation will be between me and you. Yes, that's great. I was preparing for in the last moment because yesterday I had for the first time a big blackout, very strong blackout yesterday for the first time because anyway I live in the center of the town.
Можливо, вдасться
Let's
іншим
wait
учасникам
for several
приєднатися, я дуже
minutes.
сподіваюся.
Maybe online.
Мене звати Віталій Мороз.
Good day, everybody. My name is Vitaly Moroz. I'm a consultant on digital
Я є
technologist.
модератором
I'm an advisor.
дискусії під назвою
I will be moderating the discussion
перспективи децентралізованих сервісів інтернету.
Digital rights of users and prospects of decentralized services of internet in Ukraine, in the world, and in the conditions of domination of technical giants. A very complicated title.
Станом
So,
на 15.02,
as of
якщо представити нашу поки єдину
15:02,
дискутантку,
we
це
have only
Надія
one
Боловсяк,
panel member,
IT-експертка,
Надія
аналітикиня, доцент
Боловсяк,
школи журналістики та
analyst
комунікації
and
УКУ. Ідея сьогоднішньої
docent of this
дискусії
school
було
of
об'єднати експертів, користувачів
university.
інтернету з різних
So
куточків.
the idea was to unite internet users from different parts of Ukraine.
Спікери.
Today we hoped to have other speakers, Mr. Yevgen Andrukhov, who is a volunteer, who is a Mastodon user and user ambassador from Mykolaiv. Maybe he will join us later. And also Andriy Cherny, administrator of decentralized services of IMO eSpace of Vinnytsia Institute Comatomatics Vinnytsia. We hoped to have participants from Vinnytsia and Mykolaiv, and Nadia is our expert from Chernivtsi and Lviv. So, Nadia, good day. Greetings.
Мені здається, Надія, що
It seems to me that maybe for you this is going to be the first participation in the IGF-UA. This is the first time you are participating in such an event. Nadia is a very well-known researcher of internet. She is a professor, lecturer. So today we would like to have a discussion, a conversation about the modern internet. As far as I remember from the previous discussions, today during IGF-UA we had a very important discussion on defragmentation of the internet and how governments and corporations are creating their own enclosed spaces of internet, their internet bubbles. We know that Russia has been attempting for several years to create a sovereign internet, their sovereign internet. So this is not as it was meant to be by the founders of internet 30-40 years ago. Internet was meant to be a comprehensive space, and we are getting back to these discussions again and again. Well, today I would like us to discuss what players, what stakeholders have a big impact on the development of internet, and why technical giants that we have been discussing during many years, during previous events of IGF-UA, why are they playing such a big role? they still play such a big role, but why the decentralized services are trying to undermine their leading role? And does Ukraine understand the role of decentralized services, what they mean, how they work, and where internet is moving?
Я би тоді, можливо, хотів би
So,
почати з Надії.
probably, let us start with Nadia. So, Nadia, please tell us about your work in your institution, in your university. Tell us about your experiments. How do you research internet? Greetings. As far as I understand, special greetings to Svetlana Tkachenko. Hope she can see me. Hello, Svetlana. Well, as for the research works, you know, as one of my colleagues from the faculty of computer sciences, he said that I'm a publicist, and this is what I do. But the students say that I love technologies. I like to tell about the technologies, whether on different meetings, in the lecture room of universities, during different events. So maybe you know, Russia today has announced that they have achieved the digital sovereignty. At 12:39, the Digital Ministry of Russia has announced that they have achieved the digital sovereignty. They have they have ousted all the foreign companies. Now they are independent. I like quotation marks. I like big tech. I like technology companies. I like to trace their destructive influence on the market. I like to document it. I like to be concerned. But right now, I don't know. In my notes, I say that today's market, today's situation, today we have an ideal situation for competitors to big tech to appear, especially during the times of war. So if Ukraine will be a driving force for this competitor, I will not be surprised. But we also understand that during all this time of domination of big technological companies, they have done everything not to allow any competitors in the search engine, in the social platforms. However, as for the search engines, the situation is so bad. We have Google, we Google something, and we are not able to check the Google, to verify the Google results. So we have to have trust in the Google results. And we are not able to check anything. When we had Yandex, we could have checked something, but Yandex right now is engaged in propaganda only. As for the social platforms, this is what we can say. We have three big players, like Meta, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, then goes Twitter and TikTok. So if we take a look at these three big players on the market, what do we have here? Well, Meta is making money on our likes, on our emotions. They started to build a metaverse, but they are not doing so well. They have a lot of job cuts, so they are doing everything to avoid competition. So, for example, they stole the stories feature from the Snapchat. I was reading about this story when Zuckerberg says to Snapchat, either we purchase you or we take your story feature free of charge. So, I was quoting this dialogue in my article. So, Meta has been doing everything to kill the competition. The next big player, Twitter. Well, I haven't visited Twitter for a long time, in the worst time that it is experiencing, so I'm just looking what is happening with Twitter. I'm observing Elon Musk, and I get scared because I know this. I remember this unprecedented decision to block Trump. I believe this was a right thing to do. And this deplatforming, ousting him from the platform after the Capitol events, I think that this was a good thing to do. An interesting fact about the Trump situation. Well, administrators of social services say, we understand that he is posting fakes. He's posting fake opinions. But other citizens, the electors, have to know his point of view. And we have to allow him to post, even if he is posting some nonsense. But at some point, Twitter lost its temper, and Zuckerberg had to agree. So next one, the third one, is TikTok. This is a Chinese company, and to say that Chinese company is working without impact of the Chinese Communist Party, well, it's difficult to say that, but we have a lot of objective research about TikTok. So Vitaly said a lot. But I'm an author and I write articles on the Internet Freedom Platform. So why do we know TikTok? TikTok has an ideal algorithm of content recommendations. So everybody who goes to the TikTok, they know. You just like 2 or 3 videos, and then TikTok is going to show you whatever you like. So TikTok is hooking you strongly. In the March, a research from NewsGuard was made, and 20% of TikTok videos are total fakes. So the user of TikTok is observing 20% of lies, outright lies, when they use TikTok. And another astonishing story about TikTok. This is when journalists of Norwegian media in early April, they decided to check how TikTok algorithms work. They created 2 similar profiles of 2 young boys, 19-year boys from Kharkiv and Belgorod. So they were trying to see recommendations from TikTok. So Kharkiv boy found out about the war on the second video, but the Belgorod resident was not able to find out that the war was going on even when he tried to look for it. So we have several social platforms that are working in a weird way. Their algorithms are a black box. We don't even understand how they block things. The blocking system is a separate story. They all have a lot of problems. They are too big. They are too big for serious changes. And the fact, well, in this context, the market is ready to welcome a competitor. So what kind of competitor can be there? So we have like Be Real and Guess, but the decentralization is a provisional, a big must-have for the future competitor. And the reason, the first and foremost reason for this is as follows. I have been following big tech, Zuckerberg, so he is trying to work on video, to work on metaverse, to work anywhere. And some time ago he says that Facebook is going to change its focus from general news. They are going to focus on interpersonal communications in small group. So by and large, Zuckerberg understands what users need. Yes, it's important to know the news, the updates from Mercedes, from Adidas, but communications in small bubbles, in small communities, is more important for the users. Accordingly, this niche work and decentralization, this can be this golden share, golden bond. So decentralization will help a competitor to grow. If the new competitor will not use algorithms to select content, well, I have returned to Twitter and I was shocked. Like 80% of subscriptions are some strange people, and I was not able to overcome the preferences. So people would like to choose themselves what they would like to see in their newsfeed. But right now, big tech is not able to offer it. Yes, I would like to discuss digital rights in this context. When we have discussions about internet, when we discuss the future of internet, we mention more and more digital rights, human rights online. If you are an individual in this space, you expect that you are not going to be searched, that you have the freedom of speech, that you are free to criticize the government, you are free to criticize anyone. But what if we talk about the internet space? On the internet, there is a very good phenomenon of anonymity. Everybody has the right to stay anonymous. Well, and the big tech, the technological giants are more and more minimizing the right to anonymity. This is what I mean. If you would like to have access to content, to full content, you have to register. And when you register, you have to provide your personal data. I'm not talking about providing your email. You have to provide your mobile number. You have to provide additional data. There are examples of decentralized services like Matrix. Matrix allows you to get access to your account without any email. You just need a login and a password. But on the other hand, this right to stay anonymous, right to anonymity, which is implemented by millions of users who would like to remain anonymous, but it is undermined by the fact, well, anonymity allows people to be more aggressive, to express their preferences. And people are behaving in a different way online compared to the physical space, to real life. So, regarding the digital rights, what are the issues related to digital rights from the point of view of tech giants? We have been discussing algorithms, for example. Let us try to explain why algorithms mean interference into the rights of people to select the information they want. Just yesterday, we had a discussion of this issue with my students, so I'm really prepared to discuss it. Let us have a look at Google. This is the only search engine. Of course, DuckDuckGo may be an alternative, but if we talk about Ukrainian language, if we talk about search requests in Cyrillic language, a person can only use Google. There is no alternative for Cyrillic languages. So if people want to get information, Google is selecting content according to the queries. And the content, this has been checked for many times, and Vitaly mentioned our research in the course of hybrid threats. So in the spring, we decided to verify how Google is selecting queries related to the war in Ukraine for users from different countries. Well, in fact, we were trying to check Yandex, to inspect Yandex, but of course, a person from Brazil will not use Yandex to search for something. But for example, if a person from Lithuania or Latvia goes to Yandex to search, so what we have found in our research, and I personally, we have found that search engines do not always tell truth, specifically about our war. So, when people search for something, surprisingly, the search engine is standing as a part in the war. So, when people were looking for something connected with the Russian propaganda, they will see the website related to the Russian propaganda. The person will not have any opportunities to find out the truth. They will need to visit the websites directly, Ukrainian websites directly, Ukrainian Pravda. So Google is the only search engine, and Google provides lies. Then what is an objective search result? So if we say that search results are subjective, What is objective search results then? This is another question. So, for example, if we look for Mariupol Azov evacuation and Google shows that pregnant Nazi of Azov has surrendered, then Google may be regarded as a propaganda resource. And again, if we mentioned, I'm really surprised. So, if we remind ourselves the ranking criteria in Google, the main criteria is the number of external links to the source. But usually, Russian websites have more links compared to Ukrainian websites because Russia is a bigger country and there is a bigger number of Russian speakers in the world compared to Ukrainian speakers. So we have no possibility to break this war of propaganda, which is Google algorithm. This is how it is. But also, from the point of view of Google, there is this post-Soviet space for Google. Maybe they don't discriminate. Of course, maybe they discriminate between Ukrainian and Russian languages. But these languages are similar, and they may be in the similar cluster, in the same cluster. So maybe ranking is not about Russia and Ukraine, but maybe their ranking is taking into account the entire Cyrillic space. So, can we make a border in the digital space between Ukrainian and Russian Google? So, do these traffics intersect? Is there any difference between Ukrainian and Russian Google? And what we can do about it? Well, the difference has to be there, but it's not. When I was conducting this experiment, I was trying to I was putting different VPN points. I was using Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia. I was visiting Yandex, and Yandex doesn't say anything about Bucha, for example, whether you are in Riga, Moscow, or Berlin. As for the Russian search results, when you ask, I have very different audiences. I work with master degree students where Pratula is studying, for example, and other prominent personalities. So I was asking, what are your problems in search results? They say that we have too many Russian results, too many Russian search results. Even in spite of the preferences, they are getting Russian content anyway. So if people don't want Russian content, they are getting it anyway. But what if we take an average person who doesn't even know about these possibilities to limit such results? So, on the market, we have a situation that this is a utility service, internet search. The internet search engine has become the greatest propaganda player, and I don't even imagine what we can do about it. Maybe some digital borders should be used, as you have said. Well, as researchers, when we talk, we are focusing on some social things, political things. But first of all, technical giants have been made to earn money, and accordingly, they are business-minded. They have commercial approach, and maybe this is influencing our search results. I believe that technical giants need those algorithms to get more and more advertisements. They are doing micro-targeting, they are doing user profiling, and this allows them to compete as much as possible with other advertisement providers online. I think social networks advertisement and Google advertisement makes 80 to 90% of their income. The other things are banner ads, which is believed to be not so efficient, because banners show information to all the users on the website. Banner ads don't have targeting, The same message is shown to a student and an elderly person, but these audiences are different. But, however, because of this commercial interest, this is the logics of giants. They don't change because they have to earn money, they have to report to their shareholders, because their shares are traded on the market, on the exchanges. Therefore, they are very sensitive to fluctuations. So changes in the policies, changes in the algorithms may have like the changes that we are discussing may have a negative impact on their share price, on their net worth. If you bring less income, then the shareholders are going to ask you what the problem is, why our algorithms are not working, why have we changed this? Can we appeal as a civil society, as a private sector, who is interested in decentralization? Can we make an impact? Because the things that we see is the strong commercial logics, business logics of the giants. As for the business logics, I agree with you. Google has to balance between two things. On the one hand, Google needs to help the user to find what they need. On the other hand, Google needs to show us advertisements. They need to balance something. They limit the ad spots. Sometimes they involve black patterns. Sometimes they changed the advertisement into a shorter word ad, which is almost invisible. Well, if they wanted to show ads, they would show ads on the entire first page. But they have to find balance. And taking into account that Google has no competitors, they would not be punished. But Googles need to find a balance between their earnings and satisfying the users. Well, what can we do in a situation that we have today, during the war in Ukraine? They have big earnings, and they have to understand that there is such a factor as significance for the society. So, this is not just a tool, this is not just an online service. This tool is significant for the society. It has to work. Internet access is one of the basic rights of people. If we have internet access and we are not able to find anything online, this would be a bad situation. So, Google is like oxygen for internet users, and it seems to me that the laws adopted in Europe, first of all, related to the GDPR or digital services, and we need to lobby the laws related to algorithms, to search algorithms. Well, this issue is sometimes people are starting to raise this issue, but everybody is just playing. Yes, transparency of algorithm is a question, and the giants are telling us that algorithm is their commercial secret, commercial know-how. It is protected by the intellectual property rights. So we are not able to open our algorithms to you. We are not talking about technological giants and internet intermediaries. We need to say that they are forming the public space. They are in the public space. They are building the discussions. Well, they have to be responsible for the content, and this question is raised more and more by the researchers, because for many years technological giants, a lot of companies have been saying that they are only intermediaries, that they are not responsible for the content. Well, this is also a disputable question, which is also related to providers. So in 2017, some providers started blocking Russian social networks. Some of the providers were saying that they promote the freedom of internet, So, the opinion about blocking some websites in the conditions of war, the opinions have changed. We know that there were certain providers that did not want to block sites. Some of the providers were giving access to all websites. However, they were deprived of their licenses. But these are unique cases for Ukraine. In the conditions of war, everybody understands that access to the information means access to the information means access not only for regular information, but also to the propaganda content as well. So, the ideas about providers' role, whether providers can block some resources or not, so the ideas are evolving, and unfortunately, this is probably the unwanted scenario that we have. Of course, we would like to live in the conditions of the ideal initial internet that we used to have 30 years ago, when there were no algorithms, when this story was not commercialized. And the internet, the entire internet was like a big Wikipedia where you can travel and get some beautiful knowledge. But let us move on to our understanding and ideas. We and our participants we all understand how giants work. But what about decentralized services? How do they work? When you start discussing decentralized services online, very often there are a lot of misunderstandings. Most often, figures are speaking for themselves. When you try to compete with technical giants, you are competing with billion audiences. You need to compete with a news feed from your friends. The algorithm is offering you every second a lot of content which can be potentially interesting for you, because they determine what is interesting for you and what is not. So the content is always deciding. If there is a lot of content, well, users go to places that have a lot of content. But new services with lesser content, they are perceived in a skeptical way. So, what can you advise if people are trying to compare newcomers and giants? What if people ask, how many users does a new service have? Will I have the same number of friends like in Facebook or in TikTok? Well, I have a story. I have my favorite coffee shop in Lviv. Well, this is a chain network of coffee shops. I was very satisfied with it. It has a beautiful location. It has beautiful coffee. All administrators know me. But at some point, this coffee shop has become too crowded. Whenever I go there, all places are occupied. They have put electricity sockets in their tables, so they are very overcrowded. But I can only come on weekends to visit there. At the same time, in our city we have a lot of smaller coffee shops. Of course, they don't have the audience like Credence Network, with their loyalty program, with their variety of coffee. I had a coffee shop. I had a favorite coffee shop in Chernivtsi. It was 200 meters from my house, and we spent beautiful time there. We were spending money there. This is not a network. They only had 2 outlets in the old city and in a new district. I was satisfied with it as well. So I believe that we can compare giants with big. We can compare niche services with this situation. This is not a coincidence that I'm saying this. If you would like to follow Adidas, if you would like to follow Apple and Mercedes, Probably these companies are going to work on large platforms. But what if you have a niche business? What if there is a business that doesn't need 5,000 clients? They will not be able to work for 5,000 clients. It is sufficient for them to have their own smaller audience, dedicated audience who will spend money on them. So maybe decentralized services in this regard, decentralized services will be able to win. And if we talk about blocking, Facebook and so on from the beginning of the war, this is a separate story. Ukraine, well, I remember there was a petition to President Zelensky to ask Meta to change the rules of moderation of Ukrainian content. Yes, we have changed those rules very quickly in the first days of March. But why? But why Meta has changed and how? Meta, let's say, Meta relieved the requirements to hate speech. Ukrainian journalists have said, yes, Meta is in favor of us. Meta is with us. But no, the reason for such a relief was clear. We can only imagine how company moderators would work. The moderator is one of the lowest position. So people for small money have to see terrible content. So Meta moderators would be overloaded if the company wouldn't relieve the rules. They were blocking Bucha anyway. They were blocking hashtags for Bucha. But Meta has just protected their own business. Okay, let's allow Ukrainians to wish death to Russians, because otherwise we are going to perish. But in this situation, Ukraine needs something for itself to block RPC or the New Time, because they used the word Azov. This was unimaginable. So I think these decentralized niches, these decentralized smaller services have their own advantages and benefits. Yes, it is important. Yes, you're right. When Ukrainian government offers tech giants to change their rules or to make Ukrainian administration or to make Ukrainian department, for example, very often this does not correspond to the logics of global tech companies, because global tech giants would like to have universal rules. They want to have universal approaches for different countries. Ukraine is not important for them. Germany is not important. Well, maybe Germany is important, because Germany has a very strict legislation. Maybe they are doing some exceptions for Germany, but provisionally speaking, countries like Moldova, New Zealand, Albania, Croatia, for Meta, for Google, these are just some small markets that give a small portion of income. And when we are talking about general rules, if the word Azov is in the stop list, as far as I remember, Azov as an extremist term was included in some American documents of FBI or something like that, and Meta automatically used this limitation. And even when we were trying to say that Azov is part of the National Guard unit, when we were trying to show that Azov is part of the Ukrainian army, it doesn't work for them, because they are using their own universal approaches. And we can't appeal that this is Ukrainian context. We can't ask Facebook to change for Ukraine. You can change for Ukraine and you can work as usual in other countries. This is not going to happen, probably, and probably this is irritating part of the users who are not able to control their presence on the social networks. because they would like to have free speech, they would like to have freedom of speech, but they are facing some unclear universal rules by the social network. I would like to add, you have been talking about universal rules, so let's remember how Yandex and Google were entering the Ukrainian markets. Yandex started to work in Ukraine earlier compared to Google. Why? Because Yandex had audience, they had Yandex Map, they had a lot of services, they had a server in Odessa. I remember how it worked. Yandex representative was in every region, of Ukraine, but Google was not present in Ukraine. Hostmaster remembers the story with Google and domain. Dima Shelkiv was the only person representing Google for many years. And why we don't have Google or Facebook? Because our market is small, so small, we bring so little income that it was not profitable to have the representative office in Ukraine. When Katerina Krug appeared, everybody was praying for her. So it was very easy for Meta to leave the Russian market without any pain. So when I was writing about this, I found that the Russian market was accounting for 2% of the global income of Meta. And Meta says we don't need the reputational losses. And we are leaving Russia. So if Russia's share was 2%, what share is Ukraine? So nobody wants to play with local rules. They have their own universal rules that they follow. And people know that they are getting blocked for the word Azov. Well, of course. So everything is about money. When we are so powerful that it would be profitable for Facebook to have a local office here, then they will do it. Well, this is what I suggest to do. Let us expand our understanding of decentralized services, because for most of the Ukrainian internet users, the relevance of decentralized services was evident after the steps of Elon Musk. So when there was an X hanging on above the good old Twitter, well, good old Twitter was 10 to 12 years ago. But taking into account their new algorithms, Twitter is more and more like Facebook. If we look at the user profiling, if we look at the aggressive approaches to the advertising and so on. So in the early November of this year, there were a lot of questions around the world about the future of Twitter. Elon Musk is very eccentric. He is playing in favor of the Russian propaganda. He started a useless poll about the Crimea on Twitter. He doesn't understand geopolitics, he doesn't understand politics. However, he is a successful business person. We owe him, we have to pay tribute to him. He has created Starlink, of course. Ukrainians are buying Starlink, of course, but we need to understand the difference. He can be a successful businessman, he is an innovator, but he is a lousy politician or historian, if we look at the history of the Crimea. So, when the users hear that Twitter has problems, when users hear that a lot of technical staff are going to leave Twitter, maybe Twitter will be closed altogether, maybe it will be a paid platform, as you know, as Elon Musk offered to users to pay $8 a month for verification. Then Stephen King says, you have to pay me because I am generating free content for you, for millions of your subscribers. So these are the external factors. The scandals make users to move somewhere else, to move to other services and to look for some some plan B,
Децентралізовані сервіси інтернету
some other options, but decentralized services have a different architecture. They have different principles of foundation and work compared to tech giants. So what do you feel? Did users try to understand the differences between the giants and decentralized services? I'm talking about the Mastodon, where a lot of Twitter users have started to migrate.
We did not cope with that. By the way, I had such an unexpected thing on Tuesday with the students. It's a third grade student, so it happened so that we started talking about different things, and I asked them, do you know about Mastodon? And they know. So second, third year of study, but yeah, they do know, but no. People did not understand what it is. And for them, decentralization, it's a synonym of that form of fund distribution that was like money in local budget, right? Yeah. So new roads, and so, yeah, these are like new roads, but as for the internet, nope. And they don't understand, actually, what's that and what's happening. So we have a certain standard of social platforms. So they're like anybody got registered, they got their login, there's a general line, you are watching, like, I don't know, you are following Kardashian, or you're following, like, for example, Elena Svitolina because tennis. But again, so everything has to be all together, and it turns out that there is something that came up. And no, people don't quite understand, and they need, well, I don't know, kind of educational campaign to be conducted. So, okay, let us probably clarify a bit how decentralized services work. When we are talking about decentralized services, then first of all, people are talking about Fediverse. This is a term, when I heard that for the first time, it was absolutely unclear for me because it was some English speaking. What is Fediverse? It's informal name which unites a huge amount of social networks that are interconnected. What do we mean by that? If you have a Twitter account, you cannot communicate directly with the Facebook user. It's illogical, right? Even though that if you use emails, then having the Google account, Gmail account, you can send a letter to Ukrnet or to Yahoo. So as a matter of core, decentralized services of the internet, it's a part of Fediverse. They are built according to such a principle that absolutely different social networks, when users are registering there, they can communicate there being on their platforms. This is something that is impossible for these giants. And this Fediverse, it means a set of certain servers that are placed all over the world. There are like tens and thousands of those, and all these servers, they are creating a certain network, but at the same time they stay independent, and these servers are exchanging notifications using standard protocols, and corresponding users who, for example, registered on Telegram or Mastodon, they maybe don't even recognize that this user was registered in some other resource, so they are communicating with the user Mastodon. And what are the key differences of these services? First of all, I am using the clues or tips of Mastodon Help, and like a few days ago, one of Ukrainian users from Lviv, Igor, He translated, by the way, this website into Ukrainian, where there are provided explanations what is Mastodon. Now I will mention just a few tips about Mastodon, and we will feel how are they different. So as a matter of course, Mastodon, it's not a social network, even though everybody thinks that Mastodon, it's kind of available Twitter. Because social networks, meaning that there's a huge number of social networks that are named Mastodon. These are those local servers that are used by everyday users, but they are using Mastodon interface in order to be registered. So correspondingly, each user in any place can create their own place and create this kind of a server. And as soon as they do this, they can invite users, and these users can communicate with others who are located in Germany, in France, and other countries. So correspondingly, because of that, we are talking about this kind of federation of servers with the name of Fediverse. Yeah, and it's incredibly important also to understand that these giants, they have really clear and understandable owners. Zuckerberg, Twitter now has got Elon Musk, but for these decentralized services, they don't have owners. They don't have some centralized only one server, because they have bigger servers with thousands of hundreds of users, and there are some that have 5 to 10 users. And it is very important so that in these services such as Mastodon, they are open platforms. They have open code, and everybody can change it, modify, and install to their server. That is what I've been mentioning, actually. So correspondingly, each one can work on improvement of this or other protocol. So it turns out that everybody, if they can raise their servers, they can establish their own rules about being at this server. Nadia, tell me please, have you reviewed as a researcher the rules that are published in Ukrainian Mastodon instances? I will confess, I didn't. So I am just the observer there, and I got registered, and I rarely go there actually, but I would like to mention the different thing, because Vitaly mentioned about Fediverse, right? Exchange. So it turns out how it turns out. I mean, Europe adopted 2 new laws: digital marketing, digital service. So as of today, digital marketing has a very interesting requirement, so that the users of one service get notification to Messenger from different messengers. So it's like the market starts to get ready to this kind of global interaction of platforms. So maybe the time will come when we won't have Viber, Telegram, WhatsApp, Signal, Facebook Messenger, and so on and so forth. So as for the rules, I guess, as for the rules, I'm not going to comment those, but I've noticed such a thing, that the social service can't be, I'm not talking about social platform, social service that people are using, right? So it can't exist without rules, and secondly, without moderation, because there will be someone who's gonna use it for their purposes. So can Mastodon, social platform Mastodon, cope with such a moderation? I don't know. Time will show it. But I have no doubts that there will be time that we will face this challenge. I would like to mention a bit more about Ukrainian instances, Ukrainian servers of Mastodon. In Ukraine, we have approximately 20 servers, and some of them were developed more than 1 year ago, and it's totally new for Ukraine because most of the instances were created in the last 2-3 months, and general amount of users at Ukrainian instances of Mastodon, a few thousands, but they are developed dynamically, even though it's not a big amount right now. Very important what you mentioned, that some users of Twitter are running away from Twitter. They were thinking of finding the absolute space of safety for themselves. Like Mastodon is a social network where nothing is forbidden, and you can do absolutely everything, and we know what is absolutely everything. Absolutely everything you can do in darknet, right? And therefore darknet is illegal. So it's very important when you are raising your own instances, you are creating your own server, you are establishing your rules, and when the users are registering there, before registering, they either agree or disagree with the rules of this server, and they can refuse to take up registration because they disagree with the rules. I want to bring up a few Ukrainian examples of Ukrainian servers of Mastodon, and demonstrate what kind of rules are there nowadays. So, why are we talking about Mastodon? Because there is quite a lot of attention paid to it, and I just opened the biggest Ukrainian Mastodon, and here are a few rules. They are quite formal, but still these are rules. The first rule is the main, it's the Constitution of Ukraine, and the rules are regulated by the Constitution of Ukraine. It's not quite clear, but it's something. So each participant has a free opinion, and they can express that, but other users can block it. Each user has the right to collect, save, use, and share information, oral, written, or any other way. So these are quite formal rules. I would like to bring an example of Lviv server named Lviv Social. It's a really small Ukrainian instance, 32 users, but a really brief list of rules, just 5 rules. And the first one is that here can't be published the content forbidden by the laws of Ukraine. Russians are forbidden to register here. So if somebody from Russian IP will try to register here, it will be the reason for the administrator to ban this user, to block this user. Also, the materials with nudes have to have warnings. So these are more general rules, as we can see, and the last rule is here you can encourage to civil or military crimes. So we can see that this is a bit anti-Russian and is reacting to the conditions of war. And the last example is the example of the instance that I am moderating, because I am the moderator of approximately 10 Ukrainian instances. And these rules, so we were agreeing upon that with a few teams, and we adopted that. We adopted such rules. So administrators, they leave the right to themselves to block the users from the aggressor country, and speaking Ukrainian is encouraged. So, it is less encouraged if, for example, people are speaking Polish or Russian or any other languages. We don't allow to deny the military aggression of Russia, temporary occupation of Crimea, Donetsk, Luhansk, and other oblasts of Ukraine. Unallowable are the language of hatred and other things, and sharing Russian information is a reason for blocking. So, as a matter of fact, these rules, they give certain character to each of the servers. And if you, for example, are having some doubts that Russia is an aggressor country, you have nothing to do there. Because if in your publications or in your posts you will just deny the military aggression from the side of Russia or something like that, it will be the direct reason for blocking. So Nadia, it turns out that these rules, can they, in their core, limit somehow the rights of the users? You know, I've been listening to these rules, and I dare say that while... Well, what does it mean to limit the rights? It's very interesting till some kind of first instance, let us say so. But, like, actually rules, I mean, the rule of social platforms, it's a totally difficult thing. I think, of course, they can limit some rights for the content. And in general, as for the content publication, it's a really strong thing that was omitted by Ukrainian legislation, because we've been discussing that, like, your photos might be published online and it's not forbidden. So, for example, very often I don't allow to take pictures of me, but you know, as the statute written in blood, there might be some rules like that, and not a single administrator or owner of service cannot know like what to create and where to create. I read the Mark Zuckerberg's book, and he wrote that he never imagined, even like close, that Facebook will be the platform for fakes or some genocide as it was. So the guy sincerely wanted to make the tool of interaction, and at a certain moment it went from under his control. Just a social service, it's like the fate of any social service. So I guess that if there is this mass number, it's simpler, easier to keep it under control. It will be also difficult, but that's easier. Coming back to peculiarities of decentralized services, like decentralized services such like Mastodon remind me good old internet. I mean, here we have no commercial interest. It is hard to imagine the person, for example, who is raising the local server, and they want to talk there to their friends or people who share their opinion, and very often they are using the geographic principle, because, like, for example, open servers in many cities from Khmelnytsky to Kherson, and also there might be thematic instances, and for example, people might communicate on the anime topic, or maybe those who like domestic animals. And if we can see that, for example, those who don't like animals come to these services, then maybe they have nothing to do there. But very often it turns out that here we have no commercial part, and if there is no commercial part, then there is no algorithms. And because of that, decentralized services are not interested in getting the demographics of their users. Why? If we are not playing the advertisement, why should we get your year of birth, your sex, number of children, education, and so on and so forth. So all of that is not necessary, and this usually attracts those people who are sensitive to their right for privacy and confidentiality. So as a matter of course, this is like something that existed in the internet like 15 years ago. So if there is no advertisement, there is no need for algorithms, and correspondingly, what you see in the services, it is shown differently. And something that isn't shown on Twitter and Facebook is shown corresponding to your previous ideas, your digital world, your interaction with other users, and advertisement that is given for demographic and other interests. So the line is formed in such a manner that very often you can skip very important information about war, for example, or some of your friends who are asking for help. So this asking for help is kind of not correlating with our current communication, like for 2 weeks, for example, you didn't send money to anyone. So the line will just hit this publication from you and you won't be able to help your friends. So in decentralized networks, the line is formed in simple chronological order from the oldest to the newest notification. This is the core difference, and actually that's very interesting because indeed you can see all the messages from those to whom you are subscribed. If you are subscribed to a certain number of people, you can more or less understand what's happening to them and what they are writing, and they cannot fall from out of your attention for some time. Can we say that good old web is coming back with all these decentralized services, or it will remain something really niche? And well, first of all, the date of birth you need to know. Anyways, I don't know about limitations, age limitations, but there should be something like that. It seems to me that the world is so tired of algorithms and tired that somebody is making a decision instead of us, that it actually might be this advantage. The pain point of the client. So that is, we have to find the painful topic for our client and we have to find the solution, right? So we were looking, like, what's with war? I remember that back then, before the Eurovision, I decided to look for Kalish in the Instagram. And Kalish just got that point. I couldn't find the official page with thousands, hundreds of subscribers, because this is what Instagram decided. Like, why somebody has to decide what I should see and what I shouldn't? Like, at the end of the day, why does the service make decisions what I want to see and what I have to do? But it seems to me that this competitive advantage, like, there is everything in this case. But again, we understand that it won't suit for global. And you know, we are coming back to RSS, like, why not? All technology, but it works. Right. Actually, I would also like to pay attention to such a moment that the issue of trust to services, it's important, like whether people know who is the head of those servers, who is working with those servers, because it's very easy to subscribe to some instance, to some server, but if you don't understand who is behind that and what to expect from these people, from administrators, that is a problem, because we do know that the access of the administrator to social network means access to all the personal data, at least the the email you are registering with, it's the IP address you're coming with. And if you registered and you signed up an instance that is problematic from the point of view of being of ethical administrators, you might have problems. Therefore, it's better to learn and just ask who's administrating these social networks, who's behind of all of that, and is there any information and policy about these rules, because mostly they are showing the values of the people who are administrator of that instance. I have two counter arguments already. Like, can I say that the project Internet Freedom in the last few days, they wrote a few articles. The first one, Meta fired 20 employees for the access in Instagram, Facebook, and some of them were taking $1,000 from hackers helping to break the account. So the corporation is huge, but it doesn't work. The other news, the workers of service centers, so the researchers decided to see what is happening when you are giving your computers into just to take care of that. And there was when the girl went to Citrus and she gave her iPhone to be fixed, but her data was widely spread because they have mostly no policy about that. And so you should not exchange your data via different services. And like, again, we're killing all accounts and we are not using those. So among those who like these services, it's more like the data that are there in local servers. They are data of these very users, and this means that these servers should not depend on one person. Like one administrator, if there's one administrator, he might get ill. Maybe he's bored to play with these servers. He's just closing, or he won't manage to prolong hosting or the domain name. And this is a vulnerability. And the core is that they are interested in the community of users who are gaining additional rights, and these are administrators who are approving like altogether, or maybe they are approving with the most voices some issues, and it has to be the access on the level of administrator. Like, for example, to help new users come and explain how this all works. But as a matter of fact, if decentralized services will be built on the principle that each user feels him or herself a part of this space, and they are more than just users, they can influence certain rules, and they can become administrators, they can help other administrators. That is, there is this idea, probably, of this kind of internet where we are communicating among ourselves. We are deciding what do we do with this internet. So, indeed, and here, if we look at how Ukrainians are appealing to administration of Facebook and administration of Meta, that they are blocked, and all these moments, all these requests, very often they have no result, because there are thousands and hundreds of such claims, and they're not ready to, like, they are sending to these general regulations of Meta, and some things might be resolved, but still the person remains helpless with the administration of a big giant, because where is the giant and where is the person with the account, and again the phishing attacks that could take place. And I know the example of one of the city heads of one of the small cities that really suffered from war, and on the first day of war, or the second,
міський
The
голова втратив
city head, he lost the device where he was logged in. So just imagine, if you lose your mobile internet, there's Facebook. So any attempts to gain access to your account if you lost the device you're entering from, you will fail in most cases. So now on this thing with gaining access, like for example, the person has access to, like they remember their password, their login, but still they can't get access to their account because, like they say, you are coming from unusual geolocation. So it's the other IP. We can't recognize your device. That is, you have some other device. Are those hackers or some other people trying to join from your device? So on the level of that server, it's the user writes to administrator and says like, can you please like change my email I'm entering with?
Everything is done in the administrator panel and everything is simple. So this proximity is better than the world of the giants and trying to prove your case. You know, there is a growth problem. Of course, for decentralized services, this would not be growth problems. They will have to logically change their rules when their audience is changing. So all those rules and procedures will be changing in the process of development, and at some point the community will understand maybe there will have to be not one but 3 administrators, and you will have to make decisions as a group, as you will need collegial decisions, but this will be more humane compared to some Facebook moderators who is working for pennies. You know that Ukrainian Facebook moderators have the smallest salaries in the structure. Yes. The moderators, Ukrainian-speaking moderators, have the smallest salaries compared to others, while in fact tech giants offer public organizations to get involved, in civil society organizations to get involved and to moderate the content. But they are not ready for pay for this. They need good specialists who understand the smallest details, the nuances of what is happening in Ukraine. They need moderators who understand the peculiarities of Ukraine. But at the same time, this partnership does not provide for big salary to people who dedicate a lot of their time to work. So there is a question about launching some products, programs that matter for Ukraine. But the question is, who is going to do the work? Who is going to do the job? You don't offer this job to people from the street. You need to have trusted partners, but the trusted partners are very busy. They have a lot of work to do for their salaries. So Facebook and Meta so far are not ready to do this, and I believe that this is the difficulty that tech giants will have to face. Even when they want to change some things, they will need to look at their rules of cooperation with public, with civil society organizations. Right now, people, the fact-checkers of Facebook who help to filter the information, these are organizations like Vox Ukraine, DEMP, Stop Fake, but they do it for free. In the end, well, we are reaching the end of the panel. So this panel turned out to be a dialogue with Nadia. In the Mastodon, the potential disputants have told me that they have no electricity all this time, and they would be happy to listen to our conversation later, but they are begging for a pardon because they were not able to join us today. The last question is about migration. A lot of Ukrainian editorial offices think, what is going to happen when Twitter will not be there in the world? some of the Ukrainian news outlets have very good audiences on Twitter. So one of the English-speaking mass media, which grew largely after the full-scale invasion, so they are urging their users to migrate to Telegram, to their Telegram channel. Probably they don't know about decentralized services, or maybe they are waiting for this mass effect. As for Telegram, the Telegram has become more and more popular after the full-scale invasion because people are consuming news on Telegram. There are a lot of publications on Telegram. So what do you think about Telegram growth? Will Telegram stop growing at some point? Will people start asking questions about these social networks? Whether it's fulfilling its function, informing people about what is happening. It has a big penetration among Ukrainian users, but there are some questions about the owners, about the absence of open code, about the audit of Telegram. Will there be an audit of Telegram at some point? But we need to understand, there are a lot of questions to Telegram. We need to ask questions how and what. Nobody is going to recommend Telegram as a safe messenger, as a safe tool. Even for group chats, Telegram is not so recommended. I don't remember the exact location, but, well, of course, there can be a channel and there can be a group chat. So sometimes messages can be blocked in the group chats. And of course, maybe some Russian intelligence can open the messages on Telegram. But as a content platform, Telegram was a discovery. So when people don't know what RSS is, people can see what RSS is in Telegram. Telegram is your news that you can read in the chronological order. So everybody has Telegram, but as a content tool, unfortunately, it's very difficult to compete with Telegram because it's doing its job. But also, there are so many propaganda channels on Telegram. Our security agencies have asked Telegram to block content, and Telegram was not responding. And Germany made a fine for Telegram because Telegram has no representative office in their country. According to the German legislation, Telegram has to have an office in Germany to receive complaints from people. So Telegram is somewhere in the gray zone, in the shadows. And I believe that our society is not yet ready to think. So why Pasha Durov is living in Emirates? Where does he get money to live in the Emirates and to pay for his service? So, Digital Transformation Ministry in the Telegram. We have chatbots in Telegram. I would like to remind you about the research from Detector Media. They have been researching the Ukrainian Telegram ecosystem. They determined the 100 largest Telegram channels in Ukraine, and 70% of those channels are anonymous. You cannot identify who is standing behind those popular Telegram channels. Of course, there are Telegram channels from Ukrainian government, local administrations, military administrations, local self-government. They can be identified as a reliable source of information because they have real names behind them, real people behind them, but also there are anonymous Telegram channels. This may be incorporated FSB Telegram channels like Sheptun, legitimate ones, Black Knight, and so on, and other names. At the same time, they started this fashion for other services. Because right now there is channels like Flash and Trucha, those channels provide sort of good, reliable information, but we don't understand who is behind those channels, whose interests are behind those channels. There is some media center of Trucha where you can go, but can we ask them about their standards of work? Do they work in line with Ukrainian legislation? And the same Flash channel. For example, they can publish nine truthful reports and one propaganda report. So this is a problem. People can have trust in the true messages, but they also read propaganda messages as well. So in the end, I would like to say that for all those users of Twitter who are looking for alternative platforms, if you are looking at the decentralized networks, if you would like to open your account in Mastodon, you can have automatic cross-posting from Twitter. So everything you publish on Twitter will automatically be published on Mastodon, so you can save all your Twitter content. What if something happens to Twitter? You will have a backup copy. And then you can go to Mastodon manually and interact with the users. So let's make several conclusions about our dialogue. Let's use this opportunity from IGF-UA. I'm very sorry because some of the Ukrainian moderators were not able to join us, and they were not able to share their experience of managing local instances in Ukraine. Yes, it would be so interesting to listen to their problems, because we know about meta problems from New York Times, from Washington Post, but we know nothing about Telegram problems at all. Do they have problems? We learn about Telegram issues from The Guardian, but it would be so interesting to know how they work. I don't know. You have to remember the tweet events in Uzhgorod and so on. After the victory, we need to plan a Mastodon event where we can share the experience of administrators and promotion experience. I wouldn't call them conferences, or I would call them anti-conferences. This would be interesting. To have a discussion, to do some networking for people. After 2 years of pandemic and after a year of war, people will be glad to do this. Yes, every one of us need to do their best to make the victory as quick as possible. We need to thank to the Army of Ukraine, to the Armed Forces of Ukraine for holding the front line. We need to thank to our electricity workers for electricity, for light. I'm not talking about all towns of Ukraine and different regions of Ukraine. I had to move to another district in the town to have access to internet, but anyway, we have heating, we have light, we have internet, and thanks to everybody who is doing this for us, and for Kiev and for Lviv, and for the electricity that we have. Thank you, Nadia, for joining the discussion. I hope we will be able to have offline events soon. So, are you going to have a video? I would like to listen to this conference on the video. Yes, we are recording everything, and video will be open for all the users. Thanks a lot. This was Nadia Bolovsyak and Vitaly Moroz. We were discussing the digital rights of users. We were discussing future of decentralized services in Ukraine, which is vague. We were trying to show what Fediverse is, why decentralized services have their own rules, why they have their own administrators, why they don't have algorithms of tech giants. Maybe they will be successful, maybe not. This depends on each internet user. This depends on every one of you, because you have free choice and you are free to choose what you want. Thanks a lot. Thank you for the discussion. Thank you for this event. We have to do something about those tech giants because they are too cheeky. Yuri, thanks a lot for the link to the video. This is great. And the next discussion, our panel number 8, was the last panel of our discussions. We have Svetlana Tkachenko now, who is going to moderate the closing remarks. Thank you for the discussion. Thank you for this. We have been listening to you attentively in the hall. Now we are going to have a short break, and when we are back, we are going to make conclusions. As for your questions, yes, we are going to have a video recording. It will be posted on the YouTube, on the Facebook. Visit our Facebook page to see this. This is a relevant question because some of our traditional and new users were not able to join the discussion. Even speakers had problems, they had big problems with internet, with the electricity and lights, but we are going to make it up for the problems, and we are going to see you soon in 5 minutes. Yes, thank you. Oh, the situation is very difficult. It was very difficult to organize this conference in spite of a missile launch. We had several blackouts and electricity cuts. We had to relaunch our generator several times, but we managed to do this. The Internet Governance Forum of Ukraine this year has been held successfully. I would also like to remind you that we had 2 full days of work before the forum. We had our youth conference, which was also very, very challenging because of the missile strike. Our sections were divided into 2 days. During the first day, we had a very big section about cybersecurity in the conditions of war, moderated by Mr. Ivan Petukhov. Please let us know about the conclusions of your section. Thank you. Thank you, of course, our forum number 13, a great number. It was held in the difficult circumstances. So we thought that we would have a blackout, but we managed to do this. Anyway, we have shown to the entire world, we have shown to the aggressor, whatever they do, we are going to withstand anything, we are going to work, and we are going to do our jobs to ensure the communications and cybersecurity. So the main trend was that cybersecurity is very necessary for us. If you remember, 2 or 3 years ago, some state officials, some government officials were said that the role of cybersecurity is overestimated. Right now, it is the time when the entire society, when the armed forces, when our commander-in-chief, Mr. Zaluzhny, says that virtual frontline is real. We were looking into the legislative framework. Mr. Serhiy Shtepach gave very clear opinion about the legislation, a representative of the parliament on the issues of digital transformation. He told in many details about the plans that should be considered, about the action plan, what has to be done. Also, we were discussing preparation and training of new young people, young staff, especially in the academia of the Security Service of Ukraine. The Academy Rector, Mr. Chernyak Andrei, told about their facilities, about their preparations and curricula to prepare the experts to fight on this line of the war. We had a very relevant report from the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine about ensuring cybersecurity. Well, of course, we were not discussing preparations to cyber wars, but as we understand, the Ministry of Defense and the armed forces are paying a lot of attention to ensure the cybersecurity. We have been looking into the offers from our central agency, the State Special Agency for the Security of Communications. We had a representative, Mr. Viktor Zhora, who told us about ensuring the cyber resilience in the first cyber war. Well, I believe this is not the first cyber warfare. We have been having the warfare since 2013, when our enemy was doing this for the first time. But we already have certain experience. We are already prepared for the cyber warfare. Of course, we had a very interesting report about Asintu as an element of, about OSINT as a resource in the cybersecurity, the open source intelligence. We also were discussing opinions of our professional organizations and experts. In my opinion, we had a very good report from the international expert from our independent expert, Mr. Korsun, who pointed our attention to the drawbacks of cybersecurity. As we see, and our company, I was telling about this during my report, our company is responsible for ensuring the work of more than 70 government agencies, but we have not been recognized as a facility of critical infrastructure. Only in mid-December, the government is going to think whether they are going to help us with the electricity or whether we have to save ourselves. This is a very dangerous policy of the government agencies. So I'm joining the criticism from our independent expert Konstantin Korsun, who says that we need to change the government approaches. So this is what I would like to mention from our section. Another important point we took some time. We had a report from our commission representative, our cybersecurity expert Maria Pleskach, about Ukrainian-European partnership. Yes, the entire world is helping us. The entire world can see how we are defending our positions on the virtual front, on the physical front, when we have some victories, and we are able to withstand the aggressor. So I believe we need to continue our cooperation, we need to improve our legal support, we need to improve the legal framework. This is what we were talking about with the Member of Parliament during our section. And also we need to change our approaches, we need to improve the government management. The government agencies need to understand the market, they need to understand the situation, and they need to involve their representatives. We have been trying to knock on their doors for 12 years to try to help them, we were asking them to engage more experts, to have transparent public consultations. Unfortunately, during this time, we can see that
at the times of the acting Verkhovna Rada, the time of local bodies, they were shortened twice as much, and when there were some discussions, they had it in a month, and now they wanted 10 days in the local bodies. It's very dangerous, and we need to bring that back. We have to amend that, and we have to improve interaction. And it's like everything that we've been discussing during the section. Unfortunately, we didn't manage to have such a discussion of the results with the people present with us, but I hope I offered that after we present our section in open access, it is on YouTube, and I think that in the nearest time we will just post that, and when we will have some requests, some offers, we will also involve that to the conclusions of our section, and we will put that in line with the summing up that we will have for our central body and the World NGA Forum. So that's actually my ending part. I'm sorry if it took too long. Are there any questions? Thank you very much. It's really informative, fundamental, and I think that if there are any questions, then people can just watch the video on YouTube and they can ask questions on Facebook. Our next session with Ukraine Digital Hub, Yuri Marcik from the Ministry of Digital Transformation held that and moderated. I don't see him among the participants now. So all the speeches, all the summings up will be published on the website, so you will read that there. I will just look at one more time. Nope. Okay, the next section, the first day of the forum, was participation of the country in implementation of ISOC active plans 2022-2023. Unfortunately, also we don't have a moderator with us, but we have the recording, and also all these sections will be on the website. Well, and the first day ended up with the section which was called fragmentation of the internet. I was the moderator of this session. We had many experts, also experts from Georgia, representatives of Ukrainian community, and we discussed what kind of internet fragmentation are there, what are the threats to the internet, what challenges will provoke political and economic risks for the internet, and what actually challenges are created by war, meaning to divide the internet into a few segments. We came to a conclusion that it is necessary to cooperate with different internet communities and state bodies and users in order for all important questions that are coming up, and protection of interests of certain states, protection of interests of commercial and in terms of cybersecurity. These issues have to be discussed and maybe to find better options for satisfying these interests and not to break the internet into small parts by blocking, by transferring routing and changing of protocols. That's actually it. I would like to give the floor to Oksana Prihodko, who will speak more about the youth section. Yeah, we have Anastasia. Are you here with us? I don't see you. Okay, Anastasia, if you can hear us, if you're with us in the room and you understand that the connection might be unstable and you cannot join, if you can join, just let us know. So Oksana Prihodko then about obligations of Ukraine with the EU about integration of Ukraine to the unified digital market. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The first section, we co-moderated that with Alexei Semenyaka, and it was dedicated to the dialogue of Ukraine and international and ISTAR organizations. And there, Gabriela Shita participated, Yuri Matsek from the Ministry, Victoria Nisyuk, Telecom Ukraine, Dmitry Verkelis, State Specialist Connection, and Yuri Antashuk, Association Kherson, and Svetlana Tkachenko. So what did we agree upon? That some international organizations, ISTAR organizations, lack understanding of what is happening in Ukraine, full-scale aggression against our country, made us activize the dialogue of Ukraine with such organizations as ICANN, RIPE, NCC, ITU Center. This activization already brought first results, but the process just started, and all these organizations are ready to help. And indeed, even after this section, we received a few offers of help. So those who need some help, please come to us. We will provide it. But these organizations really need more information from Ukraine, more contacts and more participation of all the stakeholders and more discussion platforms for search of solutions for these problems. The next session was dedicated to Ukraine integration to the unified digital market of Europe, and Serhiy Shtepa participated, Committee of Verkhovna Rada on Digital Transformation, Olga Krevska, Ministry of Digital Lily Alexiuk, and this section we can form up the conclusions in the following way. I'm sorry.
Тепер уже відкрила ти. Інтеграція України
So,
до єдиного
integration of
цифрового
Ukraine to the
ринку,
unified
ЄС,
digital
так
market
званий
of the
цифровий
EU, the
безвіз,
so-called
дуже амбітна, але цілком
digital
реалістична мета. Для її
lack of visas.
досягнення потрібен
This is a
комплексний
very
підхід,
certain aim, and we need a complex
консолідація
approach,
всіх
consolidation of all the stakeholders, update of the roadmap, integration of Ukraine to the unified digital market of Europe is necessary, but not enough for performing this plan. As far as legislation of EU is changing rapidly, and we have already to start working on implementation of such important acts as DSA-DMA, at the same time it is necessary to also cope with our previous debts, meaning we have to have the right for privacy practical, applicable, and also we have to consider the levels of safety, what was mentioned already, and we also have to cope with the translations of European acts to create unified interactive glossarium of translation of different terminology, and we've been mentioning that not a single time in our forums on internet governance.
Знов доброго
So
дня.
again,
В мене
one more time, hello to all of you. I
мені здається,
will draw
коротше.
conclusions maybe briefly,
Як на мене, не менш
but in my opinion, they are not less important.
українська інтернет-спільнота.
First of all, Ukrainian internet community,
І це
and yeah, it's
секція,
our section number 7,
котра була
which was dedicated to the formation of the Ukrainian internet community
участі
and participation in the international activities of this community. So Ukrainian community was formed quite long ago. It's quite
всередині
different, and it's really active inside the country. Some of the representatives of this community are participating in international activities, in particular in ICANN and RIPE NCC. But at the same time, to a great extent, this community is just closed within itself, and we have to learn how to keep our interest, to formulate and to express them inside the country and also on the international arena, and also participate in work of international internet communities, and do that on constant basis. And already available industrial organizations of Ukraine can help us with that. So these are the conclusions we came to, and all the participants of the section agreed to that. Thank you very much. I give the floor to Vitaly Morozov.
Дякую.
Thank you very much. Today, the last section on IGF was a discussion about digital rights of users and also prospects of decentralized internet services in Ukraine and in the world. Unfortunately, not all the panelists managed to join, but we were together with Nadia. She is IT expert analyst, associate professor of the Catholic University. As for the conclusions, we've been talking about the role of those giants and their negative impact on development of internet, and also we've discussed from the position of the users, meaning what kind of consequences of those negative tendencies are in the life of users, including algorithms that are not transparent, also commercial interests of those giants. And based on that, we discussed development of decentralized services of the internet that are open source tools that have open code, and
діяльність яких в першу чергу залежить від конкретних користувачів.
input into activity which depends on certain users. We've been talking about migrations of users from those giants to decentralized services, in particular based on the scandals with Elon Musk. And part of Ukrainian users, they were moving to Mastodon. And we try to understand how these social networks are different from those giants according to their principles. First of all, we've been mentioning that every user can raise their own server via, and these servers are called decentralized. They might be local or they might have some thematic communication. Also, these servers are interacting among themselves, what is impossible in case of those giants like users of Twitter. They cannot communicate with the users of Facebook. Decentralized services created as a federation, as part of Fediverse. They're communicating with each other and interacting with each other. Also, each server has own rules, and these rules are localized to the context of a certain country. These rules are agreed among the community. If the community accepts that, so the user might register. So now these are not massive, and probably they won't be popular. There's no commercial interest and no advertisement. There are other principles, absence of algorithms, and they will play their role because they will represent interests of certain local communities, and they are going to be constructed thanks to the input of certain participants of these communities. Thank you. Thank you. So, Anastasia, are you with us? Please try to join. Hello? Yes, we can hear you. So go ahead about the youth forum. I'm really sorry for my connection. I might just freeze because our electricity, we have blackout right now. No electricity. So I would like to go to the main thing because we had a youth forum, almost traditional one this year. We were warmly greeted by representatives of different international organizations. They invited us. We invited Ukrainian representatives to this forum. We were discussing cybersecurity, alternative methods of connecting to the internet. And we also had a questioning among the participants what problems of connecting the internet you faced. And this was an anonymous questioning among the respondents. We had 86% from Ukraine. So please turn here. Yeah, wonderful. So we had 5-6 questions, and we understood that in 2022 most of people, they had to move to a distant form of education, and out of 100% of our interviewees, so almost the same situation is with the internet access, and almost 60% of the respondents faced problems because of full-scale invasion, and only like 15 and 10% because of the lines were damaged, probably due to the same reason. Fortunately, most well, I guess that probably because of the damaged lines or the electricity that used to be there came to an end. So please write these things on Facebook. Right now you can do that, and the summing up of the youth forum will be also in the general summing up of the conference. So thank you very much. Our conference came to an end. And in spite of really difficult conditions, we thank to our foreign listeners, foreign speakers who joined and supported us, who were discussing with us these issues that are nowadays really important in Ukraine and that show that Ukraine is looking forward, is resolving problems, is resolving tasks that arose, and with confidence is looking into the future. I would like to thank all the users, all the speakers who managed to join our online event, and those who are going to watch that recording or those who are going to read the results of the conference. We did what we could to the maximum under these conditions, and I'm really thankful to the platform IGF, actually, that gives opportunity to communicate to authorities, business, and civil society, and also how discuss difficult issues, unambiguous issues. And I would like also to thank to our interpreters who all the time, even in spite of the limits with electricity, problems with connection, they supported us. They were interpreting from English to Ukrainian and vice versa for international users also be able to join and communicate in their language. Thanks to our host provider, and all 3 days we've been communicated from them, and we did this conference. This is Adamant company under the blackout conditions, and we almost didn't feel these problems at the conference. Well, what can I say? Probably see you next year. Next year we will meet again and we will discuss the issues that will arise next year, and we will make a basics for fruitful cooperation. Thank you for your attention. See you.